Right, is it working? It's a blank screen. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Oh, it's working! Yes! I think we should be okay. Let me just pop that out. Okay, I'm going to start the Twitch one and start the music again. Hang on. I think we should be good. Hello, everyone. Oh, please work. You bastard. So it was me being dense. I think I've got it working. The interesting thing now, so apologies for the constant restarts there, YouTube. I had to keep I was having problems with it. It was giving me a vertical canvas, and it was just the way I'd set it up. I'd set it up incorrectly, so it was trying to stream like a YouTube stream, which doesn't make any sense. So YouTube should have 4K. Hopefully Twitch should have 1440p, all being well, for those that are able to watch it. I'm just going to go to my Twitch channel and just see what it's like. It is 1440p, so let me just... I don't think I've changed the title on Twitch either, so let me have a look at that too. Twitch. Oh, I think I did actually. Edit stream info. Yeah, I did. Very good. If 1440 is greyed out, Simon, it's because there's something wrong your end that means you can't see it. So you need to update your browser almost certainly. There's a if you're using Chrome, there's a browser update you have to do. I forget what it's called. But if it's there but greyed out, it means you can't see it yet. But you will be able to. Unless you're in a country that doesn't get it. Right, we're good. So the reason I've done it is that up until a day or two ago, if you weren't in a country that got 1440p, you got worse stream quality on Twitch. But now they've upped the bitrate, it should be the same. So nobody's worse off, and the people that can get 1440p are better off. So in theory, it's kind of fine. Yeah, I forget what it is. Something acceleration, Simon. I forget what... We did have a command for it. We may still have a command for it. I can't remember the name of the command, but we had a command for it because it was quite a common issue. I'm going to turn the music off, and then we're just going to get in the game, I think. You can only play Sakhal if you buy the DLC. Yeah, it's a dev-made DLC, so you have to purchase it to get it. Yeah. Just a quick question for those on Twitch that have got 1440. If you press the cog, how many different resolutions are you getting? For what to do to make 1440p work on Chrome. That's right. Okay, so I've set it to 3 tracks only. So it's obviously giving people 1080 and 1440, which are the main two, and then one other resolution, which is exactly what it should be doing. That's good. So I just want to be seeing how it's running. It'd be kind of interesting to see. Let's start. See how we go. So a little bit of a hiccupy start there. So before, when I last did this, I was streaming to Twitch 6 times, at 6 different resolutions. Now I'm streaming 3 times to Twitch and once to YouTube. So hopefully it will be all right. It is blurry. We'll make sure you're on 1440. Jay Chaplin, thank you very much. Right, let me actually, before we go down in the base, I missed some alerts before when I was going before. I'll catch everything up and then we'll go down. And hopefully we don't die. Jay Chaplin, thank you. GS Man, hope all is well, dude. Tripper, thank you. James DayZ, Pi Oh My, Original Patters, Damp Platypus. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. I've caught up. Cheers for the resubscribing and shit. Thank you. Yeah, you need to make sure you're in 1440, but it certainly shouldn't be blocky. It should look way better than it did before. Yeah, Microsoft Edge was the issue, was it? I don't think anybody used Edge. I'm not really a a snob for these things, to be honest, but I don't think I've ever used Edge. Ever. I always just use Chrome, though. I'm not exactly original. Like, I did use Firefox for a short while, years ago, but I've just stuck with Chrome, and that's that. I get you're a DayZ streamer when you do play other games. I don't really play games off stream at the moment, dude. Hardly ever. So no is the quick answer. If I'm playing a game off stream, it's more than likely a game like on the Switch in the living room with the kids. And that's not very often either, because we're normally doing other shit. But no, I don't. If I weren't a streamer, I'd be playing games in my spare time here and there, you know? Because I've always been a gamer. But because I'm in this room and I'm playing and I'm streaming 4 or 5 days a week minimum, I don't really get any burning desire to come in here and play other PC games, because I just get enough hours as it is, you know. I don't need any more. I haven't played Tarkov for nearly, I think, about 5 years, pretty much. So I'm just quickly looting this. I'm intending, as per the title of the stream, well, the title of the stream on YouTube, to be fair. On Twitch, it just says Sakhal and then trialing 1440p. But yeah, the title on YouTube gives it away. I'm hoping to get into the bunker. That's the plan for today.
Enjoyed every minute.
Shit. I didn't kill this one. Somebody else is here. Oh shit. That's not good news. Murph, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. I'm going to have to try and work this out now. I've got to try and fit everything in because I want the plate carrier. But yeah, what I was looting here for is I want to get a helmet for night vision goggles. Or a head strap, one or the other. Because inside the bunker there's always NVGs. I'd just like to be able to use them. Oh, I have got quite a bit of space there from something or other. My dude is cold. I've got 2 knife sharpening things. I don't need 2. I don't need those either. Right, there we go. I've got absolutely no space whatsoever, but that's got me where we need to be. When was your last Saturday stream? Do you think it will get more subs? Honestly, I don't know. I don't hardly ever stream on a Saturday. Before I split up with my ex, Saturday was the day that I'd either spend with her or her and the kids if my kids were here, you know. So it's always been like my weekend day, if you like. Oh thank God. So I very, very rarely stream Saturdays, and because I stream Sundays, the YouTube video comes out Saturday. So by the same token, I don't normally stream Saturdays now. I stream on YouTube because it would mess up the video release as well. So it's very, very rare. I'm streaming today because my mum wants to go looking at fridge freezers tomorrow morning, and I can't really do it. Well, I could have tried to do it today, but it was easier for her tomorrow morning. So and also I want to watch the Grand Prix, so I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm on today instead. That's the plan. I don't think it'll make any difference. I actually think I'll get less viewers being on a Saturday than I do on a Sunday, to be honest. But I don't really know. It is what it is. We'll find out as we go. But I don't think I've streamed on a Saturday this year. I don't think I've streamed on a Saturday at all. So yeah, we'll see. One thing I can say, it seems to be running smoothly. Like the last time I tried streaming on Twitch and YouTube doing this multi-streaming thing so I could do 1440p, it was running like a dog because it was too many streams. this seems to be running better. That SKS is better than the R12. But I think I'm going to stick with the R12 just because I kind of want to. I kind of want to just use the R12, I think. I was thirsty. I think we should probably... What did you think of the sprint race? I've not seen it. Big mistake. The R12 is trash compared to the SKS. That may well be the case, Stevie. It's not really a big mistake though. The R12 is newer and it's just kind of fun to use. In certain scenarios, like inside this house defending that door, I'd rather have the R12 than the SKS. But in most scenarios, I completely agree with you. But the SKS has been in the game forever. The R12 has been in the game hardly at all. So it's just kind of a bit fun to give it a whirl, you know? Now what am I going to do? I found the thing I'm looking for, but I have no space. Oh my god. Oh my god, fuck me dead. I don't want to make this choice. Alright, let's just get up in the corner. Rather than being here. I think I might have to go for one of the big bags on the balcony, like you just said. The big bag on the balcony. I like saying that. In fact, I'm just going to do it. There was two. There was a slightly better one on the balcony itself, wasn't there? There was an armchair one, like a mottled kind of Sakhal camo one that's more of a winter camo. So we might as well just get that. Right, it's 56 slots versus 35, so that's a big improvement. That will help. I need to be able to carry that doofer, because I absolutely expect I'm going to get myself a head strap. Sorry, get myself a pair of MVGs. The head strap is what I'm about to pick up. Is the blood bag that important? It can be, yeah. The blood bag can be, yeah. It can really help in a number of ways, but mainly if you get shot to shit and if you say red blood and red health, having a blood bag will get you up to yellow, getting on for white health, and it makes a hell of a difference in terms of your health regen. So it's kind of a good thing to have when you're at this sort of level of a character. It is a kind of handy thing to have, for sure. If you get in trouble, knocked unconscious with a bleed or two, and then wake up and can take it, it will really dig you out of a hole, health-wise. So someone's just been here because the zombie that was on there with the plate carrier, I didn't kill, and they clearly must have a plate carrier or not have any sense. Otherwise, they'd have taken the plate, wouldn't they? So there must be somebody up ahead, not too far. I've been here dicking around for a while, but I think we're just going to go this way. They may, you never know. They may be fishing or something like that. That's quite common on Sakhal. How long has Twitch had 1440p? They've been doing a trial of it for a while. I'm trying it again today. It's in beta at the moment, so any affiliate or partner can apply for getting in the beta. And then they're kind of adding people, but not everyone's not in it yet. They're still testing things out, but they very recently increased the bitrate, which is why I'm trying it again. So I wanted to try it now because the bitrate being higher makes it much more viable for me to do. If someone else has been here, I feel like we ought to just quickly check for mushrooms. Seen the size of Ekatekas? He makes Van Dyke look small, does he? Yeah, I've not seen anything of it. I did just catch that Nunes and Diaz are not in the squad today, so clearly they're maybe in the latter stages of moving to other clubs, perhaps. You know, which if both of those were to leave, it would free up the money to buy Isak, wouldn't it? Near enough, I'd have thought. So it is at 9,000 as well, Lager. That's great, thank you. Do I want that? High insulation, 20 slots versus medium insulation, and 15. Yeah. Let's do it. I do need to make a fire as well. I don't really want to do that here. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the start of the season. There may be some teething issues because they've got so many new players. It may take a little while to settle in and get people bedded in and whatnot, but I'm excited to see how it goes. Blue Muffin, I would very much like Liverpool to sign Gahey, but I don't think 50 million is quite right with 1 year left on his contract. I think that's too much. I think maybe pushing 40 might be just about there, but 50 seems too much to me. I think it's the price that's kind of put them off already a little. They're not looking like Real Madrid are on about bidding for Canate, and they're not going to bid that much, you know. They're not. Canate's got 1 year left. Is that something? Oh, we might be following the guy. Could have been somebody else. Yeah, I think even 40 is a bit optimistic, you know. I really rate Gahey, but because he's got 1 year left on his contract, it should be a bit of a lower fee than 50. Hi, Kitty. Physics, thank you very much for the support. Matt Doz and Murph before that, thank you as well. Right, okay, we should be good. The only thing I've got to work out now is how to be able to see my YouTube stats while I'm streaming, because now OBS is the primary format for my stream now is Twitch, because it has to be for this stupid multi-stream thing. Now I can't see any YouTube stats. It doesn't really matter that much, but I can't see stuff like live audience and number of likes and shit like that. There's a dock for it that just automatically starts. But if you're not using YouTube as the primary stream on OBS, it doesn't come up. I don't know how to make it come up. Hi Jan, hope you're good. Prague's lovely, dude. I've been twice so far, obviously because of DayZ. I'd very much like to go next year. Harry, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you.
Isak? What do you think?
I think it's about 50-50. It seems like Isak wants the move. It seems like Liverpool want him. It just depends. I've got a feeling it depends on how much noise Isak makes. You know, if Isak hands in an actual transfer request, I think Newcastle will sell him. But if he doesn't, I think Newcastle will try to keep him. Let's just keep going on. Whoever came this way might be doing the bunker. $1440p is not available in my region. That sucks, Travis. One thing that is good though, like I was saying this a little earlier, but they've just increased the bit rate, and they've increased the bit rate for the 1080p stream as well. So you won't be getting. You will be getting the same stream pretty much as you would have got before I was 1440, which isn't ideal. I wish 1440 was available in more places, but at least it's not worse. When I did this trial the last time, those that couldn't get 1440 were kind of shafted. Heard Saudi offered 600k a week. Holy shit. I don't think,
Thanks,
at the
Paul,
age
for
he's at, I
1 year
don't
of
think he'll go
membrane.
to Saudi. Dude, thank you. Thank you very much, Corey, for the super chat and the year of membering. I don't know, I didn't miss your remembering, did I? If I did, thank you.
Hi UTFT.
Hi Hazza, I don't know what UTFT means. But thank you. Hi Guard, yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow off instead of today, so here I am. Joystick, I honestly don't know. I haven't streamed on a Saturday for a long time. As a rule, I tend to have found that my best viewing days were probably Saturday, Sunday and Monday. But I don't stream Saturdays because I have the kids, so I don't really have a choice, right? Every other weekend I have the kids. I think we've got to go with that. What's that, medium? No, I think we've got to stick with that. The temperature is not working. Oh, I thought that was a zombie for a sec. A dead one of me. Yeah, I don't know. I suspect my views will be lower today because I don't regularly stream on a Saturday. I think people take Saturdays off because their partners or other family or whatever are off. So I certainly from my point of view, I've always taken Saturdays off because my other half was working in the week and off at the weekend, the same as everybody else, you know. So, like, I think if it's your full-time job, then you might want some days off at the weekend to be with your other half or whatever. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm not really stressing it though. I wanted to be off tomorrow, so I'm here today instead. But as a rule, on my regular schedule, Sunday and Monday are the best 2 viewing days, and they're very, very equal. Tuesday's slightly worse than Sunday and Monday. Wednesday's slightly worse than Tuesday. Thursday's slightly worse than Wednesday. And then I'm off and back again on the Sunday kind of thing. So there are differences between different days. For me, Thursdays has always been my lowest viewing day. Well, I'm not noticing any change in the quality of the game because I'm multi-streaming more so now because of this trial. It seems just as smooth, so that's positive. And I'm also still able to record with Shadowplay as well. I would like some new boots. I'll fix them if I have to, but I'd like some new boots. Well, the bunker doesn't have the DMR, dude, but hopefully we'll go to the bunker. The bunker normally has SVDs and SV98s and AKMs. And also night vision goggles, too. You ever speculate as to why Thursdays are lower days? No, I don't think so. I think it's just to do with patterns of people and when they can watch, if I'm honest. I think perhaps more people are available for whatever reason on Sundays and Mondays. You know, I don't know. I don't really know what the reason is, to be honest. It doesn't always work exactly like that. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes Thursdays are better than Wednesday, but in the past, that's the way it always used to be. I don't really look at it anymore, to be honest. I don't really worry about it. Yeah, that's true. It is a shame you don't. Well, none of the maps will get dark enough to really need MVG soon enough, dude. Yeah, Tom, because they're switching to lighter nights on all the maps. Well, they're doing it on experimental for now, but I think they're going to push it to stable. By Thursday, we all have to actually get our work done so we can slack off watching again next week. Yeah, it might be something to do with the people that are working from home, or the people that are in the office, and maybe they've got to cram some stuff in before the weekend because they've been lax all week. It might be something like that. A lot of people work from home, or watch from working from home, or watch from their office. I need to get the plus symbols. I think the darkness page change is coming real soon. Yeah, whether it's coming next patch or not, I don't know. Well, that already defrosted. That's cool, isn't it? I don't know if it's coming next patch or before that. We don't really know, do we? But they may well push it. It's currently part of an experimental update on this current patch, so it's possible they might have some kind of hotfix coming for a bug or something, and then they might change it then. If it's on experimental of the same patch we're on now, it's 128, isn't it? If 128 experimental has it, we might be getting it before 129. Hi, friendly podcast. Hope you're good, dude. Or dudes. Probably dude. Hope all is well. Guys, if you're on YouTube, if you click the logo there, friendly question mark, a DayZ podcast. They do a podcast on DayZ. I was in one last autumn, just as Sakhal was announced. But yeah, they do the weekly podcast, I think. Click on it and follow if you haven't already. Am I a fan of the new aim mechanic? I don't know what the new aim mechanic is, fans. What is the new aim mechanic? Is that on experimental? I don't know of one. Yeah, I'm not. I guess I am conflicted a little, guard, because as a streamer, the lighter nights is better for streaming. But for me personally, I think the game is better being dark. I don't really want light nights. I think it's kind of a little bit flying in the face of the game being the sort of hardcore survival game that it's meant to be. Oh, it's all good, dude. Friendly. Whereabouts am I on the map? I'm on the peninsula, heading towards the bunker. SV98 or Tundra. And the SV98 is a tiny bit more powerful, so just for the fact that it's a bit less often. If you can get the SV98 with a marksman, it's probably a touch better. But the Tundra is lighter, and it has just as good of a scope if you get the hunting scope, so I don't know, there really isn't anything in it. I'd pick between the two based on how I felt on the day, really. Hardcore players are mostly on community servers anyway. I don't know. I think a lot of people like vanilla DayZ. I think there's quite a few people play first person. I have a funny feeling that they're doing it because people have been exploiting it. Well, this is not my idea. Somebody else in the chat brought this up. But I have a feeling that their nighttime is being exploited by people using filters and things, and I think they've just decided to make it different to stop the exploiters having such an advantage. If I'm honest, I think that's probably what they're doing. It is really close, Revex. You're saying the Tundra weight wins it for me. I'm not exactly what you'd call a stamina-conscious player, but the weight difference just about marries up with the slight increase in power, and there's just so little in it. Either of them is good. My name is Big Doug. Well, hello, Big Doug. Cheers for coming in. Love your videos. Can't wait to watch. Well, cheers for tuning in, dude. Rust and Tarkov have done it already. Have they? Interesting. That's good if you can do that. I don't know. Maybe it's not that then, D. Is it a disadvantage that the Tundra doesn't have a mag? No, it's an advantage because you don't have to loot one.
Oi oi, who needs stamina anyways?
Taking our son to grandparents south of France, connecting from 7,000 feet. Wife is piloting the plane. We are in the clouds, so watching... Holy shit. Connecting... Oh, I see. I thought for a minute you were saying you were getting a connecting flight from 7,000 feet. I was like, how the fuck does that work? It sounds like something Tom Cruise would do for a film. You're going across a high wire between two connecting planes. What? Now I understand. You mean you're connecting to the stream from 7,000 feet. Well, I hope all is well. Wife is the piloting the plane, eh? La-di-da. That's cool. Mr. Frosty, thank you for the 27. Meteor, thank you for the 57. Oh my god, these plus symbols are so slow. Maybe I should get logs. I'm going to get logs. I'm not actually convinced this really makes any difference, but let's do it anyway. They should add a suppressor to the VS-8. I don't think they should now. Before they made it as powerful as it is, I thought they should, but now it's the most powerful bolt-action rifle in the game. I think it having a suppressor would be too OP. Will I use a boat or stay on land? Well, I'm on the bit of land where the bunker is, which I'm trying to go to, so I probably won't get a boat for now. If I get a boat after the bunker, we'll be going to the boat set to the south, and to be honest, that gets a bit dull, because if you survive the boat, you get a container key, and then you're just fucking around, driving a boat around, checking containers, and you'll have a yellow key and see nothing but blue containers, or vice versa. And you open up containers and find Makarovs and fucking bisons and shit. I think I'm going to do the bunker and then just go and try and use the guns that we get. Is it better than an SVD? They're completely different guns, dude. The SVD is probably better. The VS-89 is a touch more powerful, but it's bolt action. You know, the SVD takes a suppressor and is semi-auto, so it's a completely different ball game. You know, the SVD and the DMR are probably the two best guns in the game. They're very powerful, but they're semi-auto. They'll work at any range. They are kind of different. Do I want to repair these boots? I don't really. Right, let's go. I don't think I can get 3... Oh, I might be able to get 3 plus symbols, you know. Let's just stick around just a little while. Let me repair these boots. Because they are... Well, they're high insulation now. I think they'll be best insulation if I repair them. And I think... Oh, look at that nice Bambi. It's beautiful, isn't it? Get rid of that, just because it's pissing me off. I think... What are we? We've got best insulation, high insulation, best insulation. The helmet's low, but that shouldn't matter. Best. If this isn't 3 plus symbols, I do not know what is. Like, we could get best insulation throughs. I think the pants and helmet are high enough to let me get 3. I do. I'm going to stick here and just wait for a sec. Good morning, new follower here. Curious what video you've made you'd pick as the one you're most proud of. Dylan, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. I've had an editor for about 2 years, or a couple of editors for at least 2 years, but the one I made myself that I'm most proud of is called Perfect Day in DayZ. So it's a few years back, and it's on Livonia, when Livonia was newer. But it's called The Perfect Day in DayZ. That's the one I'm most proud of. In the latter stages of that video, I killed JLK twice. Which isn't... it's not like I named that in the video, and that's not why it's my proudest. But it is kind of a cool thing, right? Like, JLK was playing with Mr. OG, and I think there was 5 of them, and I killed all 5, and then one run back, and that transpired to be JLK too, so I killed him twice. I don't think we're going to get 3 pluses then. Maybe it is the trousers and the helmet, perhaps. But I give up. I tried. I ain't got any more patience for that. I might be able to get a slightly warmer helmet and that might make the difference, but I'm not changing the pants, I don't think. Well, I guess we could try and get some best insulation maybe. It was when I first met Muller, yeah it was, yeah, I'd never met Muller before and he turned up, I lent him a gun and we went to try and kill him. Yeah, I really, the perfect day in DayZ's got a little bit of everything. I have a random team up, and both of the random team ups survive, but they just run out of time, and then I'm on my own, and then I bump into another random who turns out to be Muller, and then we go off to try and kill this group that are messing around in one of the spawn towns, and I kill them all and escape. It's about an hour long, but it's probably my best edited video that I did. That's right, I think I meet Jill right at the beginning. She asked me to kill her for a different spawn. Official or private? Yeah, one of those, AZ. Sorry, I don't really want to narrow down what server I'm on, so yeah. I don't play a lot of official, to be fair. I've been having some troubles with official, so regular viewers may already have a clue, but I played with the Sour Sweet quite a bit. Yeah, me, Sour Sweet and Muller Yogurts go in the Lights Out events together when there are one. When there is one. So, yeah, we played together quite a bit. And I played with Freshspawns a week on Thursday ago. And I'm teaming up with the Freshspawns again next Thursday. So, yeah, I have done, is the quick answer. I actually meant to say Muller was in yesterday. Muller, Sour and I need to sort of arrange another team up. But I'm meant to be playing with Mr. OG actually on Monday, but I don't know for sure it's happening yet or not. Yeah, he's just Muller now. He used to be Muller Yogurts, yeah. He finally bit the bullet. And took the yogurts away, which I think was a good move. Right. There are definitely, or there has been, other players, so I need to be a little bit on the ball. They could be in the bunker. Octo, dude, thank you for the gifted memberships. Cheers for gifting 10 memberers, dude. Thank you very, very much. I have to say, I'm really pleased. I'm doing this 1440p thing on Twitch, and the game is running just fine. It's running no worse than yesterday when I wasn't doing it, and that's a really, really good thing. Because the last time I did this, it was running like dog shit. Isn't the bunker on Sakhal a two-man job? No, that's the bunker on Livonia. It's easier to do the bunker with two. It involves a lot less fucking about. But you can do it with one. I don't want to kill that there. I want to kill it somewhere a little out of the way. I want to kill it in the open. It's not a good idea. Oh, fuck me. Sounded like he was pleasuring himself around the corner there for a minute. Do you hear him? He's like, I don't know what he was doing. Octo, thank you very much for the gifted subs, dude. Gifted membership, sorry. Muted Cheese, thank you for the 22. Mr. Fwasty, thank you very much too. Oi, oi. Who needs stamina anyways? Exactly. Just the tip. Stay safe, dude. Hope it goes okay. Yeah, I've got the briefcase, I've got the glow plug, I've got a cooking pot full of fuel, and I'm on my way towards the bunker. We did find a dead zombie in front of me not so long ago, so there is the slightest chance there's already somebody there, which is a bit of a worry. I'm not really ready for PvPs. I never am, but not at the moment. Too early in the stream. I don't really know why I came in here. I don't need anything from here. I just thought I'd have a little look-see. It's a good job I did. Look at all the loot we've got.
TRMZ cart.
Well, you can still get 1080, Tom. At least 1080's there still, right? Nobody needs stamina. I could do with some stamina in the bedroom, but given that I'm pretty much 100% premature ejaculation, it's not. Probably best fix that first, I'd say. Anyway. Ooh. That's not going that way, there's a mine. It's in here. He sends a player nearby, you and me both. It's already got loads of fuel. That. I was going to lock the door, but there's not much use left of my lock, so I can't. Yeah, if I'd locked the other door, then anyone going in to steal my glow plug would have blown up, wouldn't they? That would have been kind of cool. But now there's a 50-50 chance they'll blow up if they're blind. What do you turn the generator up for? So you see the 4 little switches that I just switched one. Inside the bunker we're about to go to, there's 4 doors with 4 metal. Well, there's 4 metal doors, and inside 4 rooms, and you can only open one at a time, and it opens the little trap door and then allows you to loot inside the building. So the bunker loot are inside these things, and you need to switch those to open each door. It's much easier to do with 2 people because you can have one in that room and one over here, and then they can just open and close whichever door is needed, rather than when you're on your own like this, you've got to open one, go and loot it, run back, open the next one, go and loot it, run back, and so on. It's a bit of a ball ache. Can you get locked in the bunker? In theory, yeah, if somebody was to pull the spark plug out or turn your lever. Right, I'm not going to worry about the Zeds now. Really didn't have any breath. Man, that was slow. One of the last times I came in here, somebody logged in inside. And shot me in the back, is what they did, the bastards. So no gun. The vest is good. The stab vest is good. Ah, there we go. That's very good.
Happy 20 monthening to the best looking stream.
Alright, that's good. Dude, thank you. Cheers, Alexi. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you very much for the remembering. Right, have I got everything out of here? Pretty good to get the MVGs in the first one. That's good. Yeah, the guns outside are guns that other people have dropped when they've come and gotten the SVD, I think. I think one's a Savannah. But the guns outside have been dropped by people that have got the ones from inside. Bear in mind, though, when you do this, if you drop a gun, it will last for 8 hours. So it doesn't mean it was looted recently. The fact that there's MVGs there would suggest that it's not been looted very recently, you know. How far away can you hear the doors opening? I think only relatively close. It's not like on Deer Isle when you're opening the bunker at Kmuk, because that has speakers all around the map. This one doesn't, so you only hear it close by. I think you're more likely to get noticed because somebody goes to the generator and hears the generator on. That seems to be more of a worry. Yeah, Kmuk on Deer Isle goes around the map because there are like speakers in all the towns and stuff. Texas, dude, thanks for buying the merch. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Cheers for buying the embroidered logo jacket. Sorry, it went a bit Suffolk there. But cheers, Alexi, Musset91, and Mike G. Thank you as well. If I missed you guys, thank you. I need to be a bit careful. I shot a poor fucker running across here one of the few times recently I came here as well. Which is considered the easiest map. They're all different. I guess of the 3 official maps, it's Sakhal is the hardest to survive PvE wise, and there is quite a lot of early game PvP as well, but I don't think there's much between the 3 of them really. I don't think there's a great deal between them in terms of how hard each one is, to be honest. Maybe Sakhal's the hardest in terms of the environment. There's no maybe about it, it definitely is. So you can only open one door at a time, so... Now we've opened the next one. I think that's true, Tom. If you're new, it's a good idea to start on Chernarus, but not because it's the easiest. I think Chernarus is the best one to learn DayZ on. It's got It's the most fleshed out map. It's got the best loot routes. It's if you want to learn the basics of DayZ, I think Chernarus is the best map to do it on. It'll have a mix of everything. What if the generator runs out of fuel? Then you're proper fucked if you're in one of the rooms, dude. If the generator runs out of fuel, the doors close. If you're lucky enough to be playing on official, you could switch to... If you were shut in, you could switch to another map and teleport. If you're on a community server and somebody pulls the plug or that it runs out of fuel and you're inside the room, you're fucked. What's he doing up there? Yeah, so these guns are just, they're guns that people have left that they didn't want when they got the other shit that they did want. Oh, I think it's been looted fairly recently then, maybe, because the ammo boxes are gone. Sorry, the ammo boxes are there, and they're empty. I'm going to take them out because they will never despawn if they're sitting there. They're just going to sit there, and that's not really any good, is it? Won't make any difference for me, but whoever comes in next isn't going to just get to loot 2 fucking empty ammo boxes. That at least they'll get something. Right, so that was shit. That was dog shit. I still think we'll probably find an SVD. There's mags. The one problem we might face is bullets. Sorry, not bullets. We might face a problem with a scope. They don't always spawn with a scope. Another SVD mag. Desolate. It's working for other people with Firefox, dude. I try and run a browser, I guess, but presuming you're in a country that actually does get 1440p, because some don't. If you're in like UK or US or something like that, you should be able to get it. What's my thoughts on the new PSO? I barely used it, but I don't really like it, dude. I think the PSO 6, the new one, is just as hard to use as the others. The marksman that they added that you can use on the DMR is infinitely better. Marksman scope is the best for the... Marksman scope doesn't fit the SVD Hero Slayer. The marksman scope goes on all of the M4 variant type scopes, so it goes on DMR, M4, AUG AX, and so on. All of the guns, like the LAR, it goes on those. The SVD takes the AK variant scope, so the PSO1, the PSO11, the trash can scope, and
Happy
the new
D-Day to
PSO6.
everyone. Sorry if it's late or too early.
Swag, thank you very much for the support. That's really, really kind, dude. Thank you. Frank Ladd, Texas, thank you as well. (4-2) to Milan. Interesting. Did Verts play at all? Hey, Bailiff, you're right, dude. Just on DayZ? Well, happy birthday for tomorrow. He started. That's kind of cool. And the result's the result, but friendlies don't really matter, do they? In terms of how the season goes, they never really matter. But what is good is that he got a bit of a go in the game, you know. How many slots is that? Oh, that's it. We've got to take that. .56, but it's got a narrower profile. It's just better to use. Holy shit, it's literally my birthday in 2 months. You know, you don't get a happy birthday. Try Deadfall. I could do. I'm not the hugest fan of Deadfall. It is a really novel map. It is a really, really novel map, and maybe I am due to give it another try. It may well have changed a lot too, but the bit that's the civilian side before you go through, it's kind of hard to get any loot, and I don't know. It's not my favourite map. The bit going through and doing the quest is really cool. There's no denying that. It's a hell of a thing. And I've made it through the thing a few times, but I've not completed the whole quest. I'm not the biggest fan of the whatever they're called, the things from Stalker that go invisible and then appear behind you. I'm not the biggest fan of those either. How many players are on this server? It was nearly full when I joined it. I don't know what it is now, dude. It's not empty. When I spawned in, went straight to the first military base. There was a dead zombie there that I hadn't killed, so somebody was around here not long ago. V98. Ooh, AKM. I'm not. Oh, baby! This is the one. This is the jackpot, baby. Anything else? Nope. So I don't like the scope very much, but it is what it is. We have to use the SVD, right? We have to.
A special Saturday stream for my 54th subversary.
Image, thank you very much for the support, dude. Congratulations on the subversary. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I think I dropped the spare drum mag out, didn't I? I thought I brought the spare drum mag out. This map is way too easy. It's like Call of Duty. I really don't agree with that, dude. I really don't agree. I don't agree that it's easy. If you're playing on a full pop server, I do not agree it's easy at all. I've got NVGs on my head done, so I don't need two, do I? I'm going to put non-tracers in. Isn't the drum mag in you? Yeah, it is, yeah. Good point. Slight issue, I don't have a weapon cleaning kit, I don't think. We're going to need to go and find ourselves a weapon cleaning kit. Yeah, I know there's more mags. I'm just getting it ready to fire for now. Let me have at it,
doing
guys.
well, pal.
I'll get there.
I always forget how lovely jubbly that wooden SVD looks. TRMZ me.
It is pretty good looking. Right. It's pretty. I don't want to take any others just yet, because I haven't got a cleaning kit. Did I watch the F1 sprint this morning? No, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't realise it was on this morning. Otherwise, I probably would have. What was the result? I presume Piastri won it, did he? I honestly don't know the result. What's in my cooking pot? 3 bottle suppressors and something else. Oh, Verstappen got past, did he? Interesting. Badly damaged. Pristine. Oh wow, that's good. Actually, let's just keep that shotgun on my back for now. Who was third? Was Norris third? They tweak the Red Bull so it's like a rocket ship in straight lines. Do they have to keep the same setup for the rest of the week? Because where they've set it up to be good for qualifying and shorter stuff, it's often not been so great for the actual race. God, that's what that takes ages, doesn't it? Right. I don't really want drum mags, if I'm honest. I'd quite like to not have the drum mags. Okay. Not going to leave any shells in it. I just want to make it less likely. I already know the Liverpool result, Lord Cleve. It's only a friendly though, so the result of the friendlies. Sometimes in previous seasons, like having like won all of the friendly games, you get all excited, and then they do terribly, like really woefully badly in the actual league itself. Whereas I'm going to put some of these things back in so no other fucker can have them. Yeah, sometimes they'll have done really badly in pre-season and then do really well in the actual season when it gets started. You know, it's a bit of a hit or miss affair. Oh fuck! I haven't put the yeah. I'm only 74. The drum mag. I fucked that up. I am going to have to fix that. It's already bugging me. Had a holster. It does, I'm just not using it. I am really susceptible now to this drum mag being shot and my gun jamming in a fight. But it's really impossible to not take the AKM, isn't it? I've got to take it. God, I got a bit scared by that little pine tree then. If you made an F1 team, what 2 drivers and colour scheme would... I'd go for the colours of my YouTube logo, so red, black and a little bit of silver or white. But red, black mainly would be the colour scheme because of my logo. So I'd go with my YouTube logo colours for sure. Red, black and maybe light silver or almost white. Oh, me fuck. What 2 drivers would I go for? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, fuck off with that. It was a wolf that made no noise and somehow headshotted me. I'm wearing a helmet. So it must have hit me in the head and then hit me in the head again. I didn't even have time. I didn't fucking see it. What a fucking joke. What an absolute... Alright, I'm not doing any more Sakhal today. Fuck that. I'm going to Chernarus. Fuck that. What a fucking joke. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it can happen. So I've effectively died to the woe bone, if you like. So 2 back-to-back headshots from the wolf can kill you. But it's so rare that it happens. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit, isn't it? Like... I couldn't even see it. It didn't howl. It just appeared and started biting me. There was 43 out of 50 in the server. Just to answer the question, by the way. Right. Fuck that. Oh no, I can do Livonia actually. We'll do Livonia. We're going to leave the SVD. I died, Costas. There is no SVD. There's no way to get back there in time because Sakhal's really slow. I can't get back there. In my 10 years of DayZ, that's never happened to me. Doomsday, it's happened to me twice ever. That's the second time, I think. Bluestein, I don't want to say what server I'm going in, do I? You probably know that. There wasn't a bullet crack. It was the wolf. Oh my god. I have got gear on this server. Fletcher, thank you very much. Image, thank you as well. Unfortunately, the thumbnail and the title of the streams are completely wrong. Man, that sucks. Not exactly sure where I am. Oh, I am now. I'm near the...
Hi,
oh man,
Paul.
that absolutely
I'm
fucking
in bed
blows.
after being in a car accident and recovering in bed with broken ribs, so need a distraction.
Stu, dude, well, I hope you're on the mend. That sucks, man. Hope you're feeling better real quick. Oh, I don't know if I really want to do this server today or not. Do you know what? I don't think I do. I'm not really in the mood. I'm really fucked off about that Sakhal thing. I don't think I'm going to do Livonia today. I don't think I've got it in me. I think I'm going to start on something else. I'm going to quickly try and change the thumbnail on YouTube, though. I think I'm just going to do Chernarus. I just kind of fancy doing... I don't really want to do Livonia today. I'm just not in the mood. I'm down south as well. I just don't want to do it. I am really, really fucked off about that death. It's so painful. Like, that character lived... I died really early on, but all of yesterday's stream, nearly done the bunker, and then to die to a wolf like that is really, really frustrating. But anyway, it is what it is. So, can you say what you need that code like that you have in your entry on Livonia? Cumdos, it's only in modded servers. It's for the front of a base. If you're on a server that's got base building, you might be able to trade it with someone for something. You know, they're quite valuable. So. I wasn't going to build a base. You need that code like that you have. One sec, guys. I wasn't going to build a base. However, I potentially could have used that to trade with a group for something. I'm not doing Naval either because I just done a day and a bit of the winter map. I want to do no winter. So I think I'm probably just going to do regular Chernarus and see how we go. There we go. I'm just changing the thumbnail. Oh man, that blows. Right, what do we go to? Let's do. I'm going to do Chernarus. It probably is a good time for a cup of tea. Actually, I think I'm going to go and make one. Ember, thank you for the gifted memberships. That's really, really cool. Thank you, Stu. I hope you're on the mend, dude. Car accidents, that's not good, dude. Hope you're all good. Broken ribs, that sounds sore as well. Don't worry, I'm really pissed off, so you won't accidentally have to laugh today. You'll just be pissed off all day. So you'll be good. There'll be no unintentional laughter that hurts your ribs. No, you'll be fine. Ember, thank you very, very much. I'm going to go and make it. I'm going to go and make a cup of tea and then think about downing a bottle of whiskey because of that fucking wolf and the double headshot. Won't be long. Oh, fuck me dead. Right, I'm back. When we're going to see a day in the life of the TheRunningManZ? Dude, there's not very much to talk about, really. I get up, I have the same breakfast I always have, which is Greek yogurt with nuts and fruit and chia seeds mixed in. And then I go for a long-ass walk without a dog, because I lost the dog in the breakup from my fiancée. And she kept the dog, it was more hers than mine. So I go for a massively long walk, and then I get home and have a shower. Well, I stick an ice pack on my ankle because I've walked too far. Then I have a shower, and then normally I have some lunch and start streaming. And then after the stream, I watch the telly and fall asleep. And that's about it. It's really exciting. It's the life of a streamer. It's just like, you wouldn't believe it. It's exciting stuff. Right, I need to suicide for my right dude. Wait, what breakup? Commander guy, I've been living on my own in a new house since March the 31st, dude. When will there ever be a point where people... Yeah, I've been... I moved out and moved into my new house on March the 31st. It's yeah, thanks, Pinkster. Yeah, I am single and not ready to mingle. But yeah, there's not exactly much of a live stream. I do feel lucky, and as far as I chose to move out. It was me that I left, basically. It wasn't an easy thing for either person, for sure. But yeah, well, it's not. It turns out breakups aren't very easy, whether you're the one that chooses to leave or whether you're the one that gets kicked out. Neither one is any fun, it turns out. But I do feel lucky, and as far as at least I could like cobble together the deposit for a house and buy a house, and then also buy the furniture and stuff. I feel good that I've got myself in a position to be able to do that. Otherwise, I'd be back with my fucking mum, like living with my parents again. You know, that would be no good. Why'd you get betrothed if you end up leaving afterwards anyway? How old are you, V Hozik? Have you never had a relationship? And by the way, getting betrothed implies you actually married. We were engaged. That's a different thing, isn't it? You know, we were engaged and we didn't actually get married, so I wasn't betrothed. But yeah, unfortunately, sometimes relationships, whether the people are married or not, sometimes they break up. You know, sometimes things change, or sometimes just the circumstances that you're dealt are so hard that the couple doesn't make it through. You know. Where are we here? Oh, same spawn. That kind of sucks. I'll send a like if you kill a wolf. Dude, I can't believe that wolf just fucking double-headed me. And double-headed. Ooh, chance would be a fine thing. But yeah, I can't believe the wolf just did me dirty like that. That absolutely fucking sucks. I never even saw it, did I? Had to move back in with your parents at 36. Yeah, I did as well, Stu. So I obviously I was married in the past, and my ex-wife wanted me out, so I had to leave the kids, and that was really, really hard. But I ended up back with my parents in 2015, late 2015. Change stream info. I think it's changed, Joystick. You just need to refresh. I think it has changed. It's really hard, dude. I'm not talking about the reasons why we broke up, because it's not really. I don't really want to just start bad mouthing my ex, but sometimes things become difficult, and it's not really anyone's fault. You know, sometimes things just happen. You know, like sometimes circumstances are just against you, and then it sort of pulls you apart. It's quite hard to, without giving details, but let's just say it's not so easy. I still love my ex, but our relationship just got too hard for things that we couldn't really help. Well, maybe the Twitch title hasn't been changed. I know the YouTube one has, but I don't know. Corn dog, yeah, it's certainly not easy if you've already got a family, that's for sure. Sometimes you start the day fishing with perfect weather, and by the end of the day it's a hurricane. Yeah. F an agent, yeah, I got killed by a wolf on Sakhal in like the most ridiculous way. Basically, a wolf jumped me and hit me straight away, and I went to switch weapons, went to turn around to kill it, and then it hit me in the head again, and I died. So I was fully healthy, and a wolf bit me twice, and I fell down dead. Which I just absolutely demoralising beyond words. Yeah, it did stop pre-ordering. I'll delete those. Like there was a few issues at the beginning, so I've just set myself back up to do 1440p streaming on Twitch. I think it's going to stay this time as well. I think it's working. I think 1440p on Twitch is working fine now. So I've had to move my stream around in order to accommodate that, and I just set up the YouTube stream slightly wrongly. It was my fault. I'd set it up as a vertical canvas and not a main canvas, so it was not working correctly. Yeah, Zagorki, he knows. He did say in a message afterwards that he meant to say engaged. Did you see the developer of Bitterroot who stopped development and has stepped away from DayZ modding? I did see the tweet. I didn't reply to the tweet. I think that's fair enough. I really like Bitterroot. Bitterroot's a cool map. I think that's fine. He's made his map and he's kind of done. You know, there's no dramas there. I think if you're doing it to make one map and you've done it, I think that's kind of cool, you know, like live and let live. That was the Alpha Wolf. Were you full health? There is no Alpha Wolf joystick. That's a misnomer.
Off to do some studying for an exam I have in a week. Best of luck with everything. Was nice to chill here for a little break.
Fixture, thank you. Cheers for the super chat.
Perhaps you need reminding more so on the difficult days. You're incredibly talented, a gifted orator, and you provide many thousands of us genuine entertainment. You have a gift and don't forget it.
A gifted orator, eh? I'm gonna... When people say, what do you do? I'll just go, well, I'm a gifted orator. A bot called Dot. Well, thank you for the kind words. That very, very much too kind, right? Easy on the compliments. It does swell your noggin if you're not careful. But thank you. I appreciate it. Cheers for the super chat. That's incredibly generous. And likewise, Fixture, thank you for the tip as well. Thank you. Cheers for the support, guys. Good luck with the studying, Fixture, as well. What's my second favourite game after DayZ? It's a toss-up between Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, and an old Amiga game called Premier Manager. Probably I'd go for COD 4. Yeah, there's no such thing as an Alpha Wolf. It's like a common myth. But there is such a thing as the bone stat. You can die because of... If you get hit... Like, effectively you get shock in the head, if you like. So, I got hit by the wolf and it will have made my bone stat worse. And then it hit me again in the head, and I won't have died to health loss. I'll have died because my bone stat was so... Effectively, it's a bit like getting a broken neck, for want of a better way of putting it. So it's nothing to do with an alpha wolf or anything. It's just that if they hit you in the head twice, you can die. Can you use a broom as a fire source? No, you have to. Well, you can light the broom, but you can't. You can't use it to light fires. You have to light it with matches or a lighter or a hand drill. But then you can use it to light fires thereafter. But you still need to light it yourself. It is a thing. It's not intentionally a thing, but it is a thing. You can get killed by wolves in 2 hits, as I just did. It's possible to die to a punch. Wobo's done it in the past in his videos. It's possible to have your bone stat reduced so much that your health can be high and a single punch to the head can kill you. Because you die effectively to this hidden stat, which is... Wobo is the one that's called it bone stat, but it's just like... Yeah, if that gets too high and you take one more hit, you're dead. Any advice for a 0x000403 error? I don't know at all, dude. That sucks. I hope you can get it sorted, though. I'd try using a different launcher for a start. So, if you're using the official launcher to start the game, try using the DZSA one, or more likely, if you're using the third-party launcher, try using the official one and just see how that goes. Oh, that's a nice find for here, isn't it? Who do I think will get pole? Probably Piastri, I think. I'm hoping it's Lando, but I think it'll probably be Piastri. Might as well eat that. I think there is an alpha wolf event. It takes... There is no alpha wolf. There is no alpha wolf. There definitely isn't. There is no alpha wolf at all. It's a common misnomer, and it was started by Wobo purely because he made a video predicting that the devs released a little clip that showed the wolves being scared away, and he was talking about how that might be, and he predicted that maybe there might be an alpha wolf, and if you kill that, the rest want to run away. And ever since then, people have believed there's an alpha wolf, and there definitely isn't. There is no alpha wolf. They all take the same number of kills to kill them. Sometimes they might take more shots to kill one wolf than another, but it's how you shoot them, you know. If you wing them or if you hit them... If you shoot them in the head, they die instantly with a reasonably good gun. If you shoot them in the leg or the backside or whatever, they may not die. But there is no alpha wolf. Pretty much, normally, it's kill 3 wolves and they run away. Sometimes it's 4, but very, very rarely. This map's running really well as well. Everything's running pretty good with the stream setup. I'm quite pleased about that, to be honest. What was that? Oh no, it was just a broken chair. Am I looking for a boyfriend? I've never been curious in that way, Mr. Keto, I'm afraid to say, so... No. Peens don't do it for me, I'm afraid, even my own. Am I not streaming in 720p? No. No, I'm not. I'm streaming in 1440, 1080 and 360. So you should be able to watch in one of those 3 resolutions. Not every country gets 1440. What do I think of third-person view in DayZ? I don't like it. I don't like third-person. I don't dislike that it exists. I don't like playing it myself, though. So I'm not one of those that's like, oh, it's not the right way to play the game. It's so shit. It's like cheating. I don't think that. I just don't enjoy it. I prefer first-person. I don't like playing third-person. But I think it should be in the game because people enjoy it and sort of live and let live. There's plenty of first-person servers, you know. He had a helmet on. I thought the wolves couldn't do that with it. Well, I'm guessing, dude, that the first hit was a headshot. and possibly ruined the helmet, and then the second one was a headshot as well. So I think it was the fact that it hit me twice in the head, back to back, that caused me to die. The 2-time back-to-back head bitten off champion of Sakhal. He just went straight for the jugular. Tell him fix the game lag. Gary, who are you talking to? I haven't got any game lag. If you're getting issues with the stream buffering, it's on your end, dude. So fix your internet. or stop whoever's downloading all that hardcore porn. I don't know, maybe things are buffering, I don't know. I don't think they are. No, they're not. I've not dropped a single frame all day. No, Sakhal, I'm Spritzer. I got killed by a wolf, so I've switched to Chernarus. I got it. God, it's painful. Am I hungry like the wolf? I'm not biting anyone's head. That's what you mean. Yeah, I'm not hungry like the wolf at the moment. I had burgers for lunch. Oh, they were good. I made my own boigers. I had 2. The only bit that was disappointing, I got these Promise gluten-free... what's the kind of buttery bread? I forget the name of it. The kind of buttery bread that they do, you know, brioche. I got gluten-free brioche buns. And I'd heard tell that they were good. I thought they were shit. They were better than regular, though. They were probably the best roll I've had since I've been doing the gluten-free. But they still were bad. So that was the bit that let them down a bit. They were a bit dry, but the bun wasn't amazing. Think about if you got like regular burger buns and then you waited until they were 2 days out of date. That's like it is. That's about the quality. But nonetheless, even with that, they were still great. I had bottom layer of bread, and then I had some chopped up pickled green chili and lettuce. Then I had the boiger, and then I had 2 slices of America plastic cheese. You know, like cheese that comes in a plastic wrapper. It's not real cheese, but it's perfect on a burger. And I let that melt on top a little bit. And then on top of that, I just had ketchup. So fairly simple. The burgers were good. The whole thing was amazing. Except for the bread. But they were good, though. They were really good. I'm gluten intolerant too. They are all bad. Yeah, there isn't one that's good that's shop bought. Apparently, if you try to make it yourself, you can do a decent job. But yeah, I haven't got time for that shit. It was nice to have something different. I've been having pretty much every day. I have chicken breast or chicken thighs with some vegetables or olives or whatever, you know, or some salad. So it was nice to have something different. And that now after today, I've got chicken thighs or chicken breasts again. Warburton's gluten-free buns are the best ones. So I'll try and remember that for next time I fancy a boiger. I think I'm going to buy myself a couple of bottles of gluten-free beer. Not many. I'm not drinking at the moment. However, when the patio's got done, when the guys are done with the landscaping, I just like to sit outside in the back garden. Once it's all done, sit on a chair or maybe even a lounger, and just sit in the sunshine and have a beer before the sun goes away. Because by the time the garden's done, I think the landscaping and everything, I reckon it's going to cost me about £13,500, roughly. That's a guess, because the quote was just under it, but they're doing a little bit of extra work, so it's going to be 13 or 14 fucking grand by the time it's done. However, I'd like to sit in the garden and use it once before the sun goes. The heat wave's kind of over for now, Coffee. It was quite nice this morning, but the weather is a little bit more normal again at the moment. It's not heat waveified anymore. It's been... Basically, the kids' holidays started and then the weather got worse, you know. It was absolutely blazingly hot through most of June and July. And as soon as the kids broke up for the school summer holidays, that was it. The weather suddenly miraculously gets worse again. That's what it always does. It's still pretty humid, yeah. Put my Speedos on in honour of my dad. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I don't know what sorghum is, Raymond. Gluten-free beer is exactly as good as regular beer, though. That much I can say. Like, just regular beer. It basically is. Like, gluten-free beer is just regular beer, and then they put another layer through it to remove... or they add something to it to take the gluten away, or whatever they do. I forget. But, like, gluten-free beer tastes as good as regular beer, because it basically is, but they kind of put something in to get the gluten... They put gluten away in it or something. I forget. But anyway, it's still the same. It just costs more. Why so much chicken? I'm trying to be healthy, Joseph, so I'm trying to eat more protein and less carbs. And chicken is a really good form of protein, you know. It's quite filling, and it's quite low in fat, and it's pretty good for you as far as things go. So, lean chicken. I am having the skin, so if I have chicken thighs, it's not quite so lean. But nonetheless, I'm having relatively lean chicken for lunch with some vegetables, and it just means I'm having a really filling meal that's not got carbs in it. Not doing keto, I'm still having carbs, I'm just having not loads, you know. I'm having slightly less than I was having. Is that a gun at the shrine? Yeah, it's a sporter, I don't need that shit. It's got, I can't believe it's not gluten in it. Yeah. Cutting out the booze is good, Jambon, yeah. But it just brings all other... It makes it a lot easier to do everything else. I didn't put it on the hotbar. Right, let's go. I don't like salmon. I can't... I don't mind I don't mind smoked salmon. Like smoked salmon at Christmas and stuff. I really like smoked salmon, but like a salmon fillet, I'm not that keen. I don't really like it. I'm having a cod liver oil omega-3 supplement every day with added vitamin A and D because I am trying to be properly healthy, but I don't want to eat the salmon, so I don't really like fish very much, so I'm having the supplement with my breakfast. Yes, Danish, I'm having omega supplements. Yes, omega-3. Omega. Fucking sucky bastard. Yeah, I really like smoked salmon, but I don't want to be eating smoked salmon, really. I don't think that's particularly healthy. Imagine if the game devs went the scum direction with us having to manage proteins and vitamins in DayZ. Yeah, I've not played Scum enough to really manage that. It's a weird thing, but Scum's metabolism side of things is so realistic, but some other parts of the game is so not realistic. It's a weird like mix that, you know. But the metabolism side of things in Scum is incredibly detailed. It's really, really cool. Maybe a little bit too much though, you know. But a bit like, for me personally, how I preferred Football Manager games before they got quite so complicated, you know, like when you were just having to get a left-footed player on the left and so on, rather than like they got so complicated you could like play for 3 hours and you'd only done 2 football matches. What's the verdict on TwitchCon? I'm definitely going, Red Dog. I'm definitely going to San Diego in October. I've booked the hotel. I've paid for the flights. I've already done the the visa application. So yeah, I haven't had the visa application through, but it won't be a problem. So I've never committed a crime of any sort other than being good looking for a fat guy. That's not even true. Nonetheless, anyway, I'm definitely going to TwitchCon. It was a wolf, we're told. I'm guessing it hit me twice in the head. I just got done by the very, very rare... It's almost a bug, that. It's kind of a bug. I wasn't low health. I just got hit twice in the head and died to bone stat. He's talking about eating healthy and not having gluten. I'm sitting here eating a full tray of Krispy Kremes. Alex, well, you enjoy them, you lucky bastard.
Hello all. Sneakily scratching my DayZ itch by watching you run about while I work on a Saturday. Ooh. Well, you are making a better. Keep up the amazing adventures. Loved watching the run with the fresh spawns the other day.
There's another one on Thursday. There's another run with the fresh spawns coming up on Thursday.
Hope all iOS well.
You don't sound fat. I don't know how you sound fat. I'm losing the weight pretty well at the moment. I'm doing all right. I am doing pretty well. Hey Mick, thank you for the 2 years as well. Cheers for the 25-month inning, dude. Thank you. Was my face on the internet? Yes. I don't think the picture from the devs that they shared was a particularly good picture, to be honest. They took two and it was the worst one, but it doesn't really matter. Krispy Kreme donuts are amazing. They must be full of all sorts. Never mind sugar, like they're E-numbers up the wazoo, right? But they are really good. I do like a Krispy Kreme donut or 3. I haven't done it for a long time because I've been healthy, but often if I have like a gluten binge, in the local Sainsbury's they sell them. If you get like 3 for £6 or something like that, and that tends to be the thing that if I'm going to have gluten as some kind of like binge treat, that's the way I go. I really like I forget chocolate one or whatever. I forget what it's called now. It's really good though. I've never streamed with a face cam. No, I don't want a face cam, dude. I did talk briefly about being approached about a sponsorship for Philips One Blades the other day, and this links into the face cam because the agency that approached me was like, this is what they want, and it was going to be like a Twitch. I don't know if plug-in is the right way, but it was going to work with Twitch's interface, and it was going to come up on screen and you were going to get a pop-up advert. And it would have come across this part of the screen. And I had to integrate it into my stream in order to do it. And then they were going to pay me per 1,000 views, basically. But they sent me a video of what it would look like. And it was so obtrusive, I just said I wouldn't do it. So I finally got offered a sponsorship that I actually felt I could take. And then when I saw it, it was taking up at least as much space on the screen as a webcam would do. So I decided against. It wouldn't have been on the screen the whole time. I think it had to come up 5 times an hour. But it was coming up like playing a GIF that was bigger, and then in the bottom left-hand corner it was going to play some Fortnite footage or something. And I just didn't want that on the screen. It was too obtrusive. And by the same token, I don't want a webcam for my stream because I just like the kind of clean look. The stream is quite clean. I don't like having things on the screen getting in the way. 4K moaning, interesting. What's the moaning, Wesley? I don't understand. Yeah, Scran, they use Scran up north. I think you're talking about that somewhere in the YouTube chat. Scran is like a northerners thing. We're going to get some Scran. It's just another way of saying getting lunch or whatever. I don't think I want that. Oh, maybe I do. Can you get back? What do you mean, can I get back? If you mean, can I get back to my dead body on Sakhal, I definitely can't, because I'm now on Chernarus. Do what Juito does and get a cat and a cat. I'm not really a cat person. I don't dislike cats, but I don't want a cat. Oh, there's a dead zombie. Someone's been here. It'd be nice to get a stab vest. Have you ever eaten offal? No, I haven't. I have got a cat that keeps shitting in the garden. Yeah, I need to get some cat pellets or some shit. Get rid of them. They just dissuade the cat from pooing in your garden. They don't kill it, by the way, before someone thinks I'm trying to kill cats. I'm not going to get anything that'll hurt a cat, just that'll stop it shitting in my garden. Oh, God. I need to have a read up. I'm where I've moved to is quite in the countryside, and I am getting like fucking crazily large amount of beetles coming in the house. They're completely harmless, not carpet beetles, like actual beetles, like stag beetles,
What's
like
your
beetles that
car
live
to drive
outside.
on
They must be
DayZ
coming
and
through the
why?
crack of the door.
Keep on running.
I'm getting sick of it though. Like, I chucked like 4 out this morning. John, Paul, Ringo and George, yeah. Trust me, it's not a cat shitting in your garden. Sauce, my colon. Oh, I don't want to know about your sauce. Well, Toby doesn't live with me, Voik. You may not have heard the news. I'll repeat it again. But no, I live on my own, dude. I'm single. I've moved into this house on March 31st. Yeah, I am quite near some fields. Yeah, so like I say, I'm quite in the countryside. So I believe you can put stuff on the doorway that's a bit like citronella, and it will stop them crossing. Because they just kind of climb through the crack of the door. You know, they're only small. They can come through the door crack. I missed better pants in the PD. But never mind. Better axe in my hand. If Lauren James is not fit, that means Chloe Kelly will start though, doesn't it? I think Chloe Kelly should be starting anyway. I've been thinking Spain would win the whole thing since the start of the tournament, FN Agent. However, they have been a bit laboured in the last few weeks, haven't they? They sort of struggled the last 2 games. They only just beat Germany. And they were held for quite a long time in the game before that. I forget who they were playing now, but a lesser team. They ended up running out 2-0 victors or something, but it was close for a long time. I'm sure Spain are heavy favourites, but obviously I'm going to watch it and I'm rooting for England. So my prediction is Adjiman and Chloe Kelly to score 2-1 win. Einkorn flour. Are you sure it's not Finkel? Einkorn flour. Claims to be an ancient kind of grain that's never been hybridized, so the gluten index is... Yeah, that's... Ancient grain stuff is meant to be really good, Rasak. The flour also claims to be easy to digest. So far, they've been eating it for 4 weeks now, and neither of them had any problems. That's very cool, Rasak. Thanks for the heads up. I'm not going to start making my own bread is the thing, but if I can find a baker that uses Finkel or Einkorn, I'll start doing it. Ocelox, thank you for the very long resub, dude. 117 months. That's very, very cool. Thank you. Stephen, thanks for the 28 months. Yeah, Jambon, it's just not as popular, is it? Like, this is not me slating it, because I actually really like the women's football. I've been tweeting about it the same as I would the men's, you know, moaning that certain players don't get on in time and stuff. I really enjoy it. I've been watching the games where I can. I watched the quarters and the semis, and I'll be watching the final tomorrow. But it's like, it's not gonna. If England were in the final of the Euros, the pubs would be absolutely heaving tomorrow. But they probably won't be for the ladies' tournament. And it's just not as tribalistic, is it? I think it's a slightly different audience that likes women's football, and I'm really trying to be careful here, because I really enjoy it, but it doesn't get the same tribalism and the same, for want of a better word, the same bunch of morons. And that's not fair, because I love regular football, but football has quite a tribalistic following, you know, and some of those don't translate to the women's game, you know. We're not talking about Ann Seller. No, I've got just regular Beatles coming in. I'm going to do exactly what I want. No limits. What did you get? Just based on that first comment of today, I'd just ban outdoor, dude. Pinkster, just ban them. I'm not even going to repeat that. It was disgusting, so just get rid of them. I haven't actually looked at the fixtures.
TRMZ, fork it, TRMZ,
I forget. I think the first game's televised. Liverpool's first game's televised, but I honestly, it's 3 weeks out. I haven't looked at the fixtures at all. Have they got Newcastle fairly early, or did I imagine that? SO, I haven't found it. I haven't found the convoy there for quite a while either. I've been a bit of bad luck on that one as well. Newcastle second game. I thought it was early. How funny would that be if Liverpool do sign Isak? I know I'm treading careful here because I don't want to piss Newcastle fans off. I actually not convinced it will happen anyway. I don't think it'll happen, but nonetheless, we'll see. Yeah, I'm down for that, Coach said. If there's a pub that'll have the football on, I'm down to watch it while we're there. Sweet Memphis, the standard of ladies' football is massively higher than it was. And it still has its moments, but so does men's football, you know? Like that penalty shootout wasn't the best, but I've seen crap penalty shootouts in the England men's team are one of the worst at penalty shootouts ever, you know? Like, I really enjoy it. I think the standard, the speed at which they switch the play and move up the field and whatnot is so much better than it used to be, and the standard of the players is much, much higher than it was. I find it really enjoying to watch. I think it's great. It seems to be fairly open and fairly exciting to watch, you know. Bruticus, thank you for the 25 months. Ocelox, thank you as well. I look like a rebel trooper. I guess I do, yeah. I look like a rebel trooper from Space Wars. For insects, try copper wire. Where do you put copper wire, Happy? I'm not doing any fantasy Premier Leagues at the moment, Jigsaw. I haven't really looked at it at all. Yeah, I couldn't remember her name, Climax, but the Bonmati is her name, is it? Spain have got a couple of absolutely amazing players. Reece James, when she's on the book. Reece James, that's a brother, fuck me. Lauren James. At least my name misremembering is equal opportunities. I get everyone's name wrong, men and women footballers. Yeah, Lauren James, when she's on the ball, looks really, really good at times, but that one or two of the Spanish players are amazing. don't normally loot this, but I think we probably should. I haven't got a great deal. Well, that didn't work. I was expecting that to make that show, but it didn't. Oh well. Let's get the D-ringer out, in case we need to defend ourselves. You're off to Oasis. Fucking hell, you're the second person to say that in 2 streams. I'm a bit jealous. I'm not that huge of an Oasis fan, but I did try to get tickets and I failed. It's probably just as well I failed because the shows are around now and I was trying to book them for me and my other half, and now obviously I'm single, so I've had tickets to Oasis, and I don't know. I'm sure I could have found someone to go with, I guess. It wouldn't have been that hard. Ooh, another upgrade. How many hatches can we find? I wonder if we should nip down to the police station. We could maybe get a better quality vest, possibly get an SSG perhaps. It's probably worth it. I fucked up again. Apparently Oasis did a thing where they were like, you're saying, you're referencing the Coldplay Kiss Cam thing that got the guy in serious trouble. Apparently, I think it was Noel Gallagher, when addressing the crowd in their next concert, was making a thing of it, going, "Don't worry, we won't be doing any of that Coldplay shit where we put people on camera." I don't know. They can be a bit knobby, can't they, Oasis? They are a bit like I'm doing it right now, I guess, but they do it about other musicians, right? I never slate other streamers. I wouldn't spend my day telling you how bad other DayZ streamers are, but Noel and Liam Gallagher do like to tell you how shit other musicians are, don't they? You know, like I hate that, really. I know it's just who they are, but I don't know. I always find that a bit off-putting. And I don't say Amish is a bad streamer, Danish. I just take the piss out of him when he's in the chat. Only. That's it. I don't slate him as a streamer. Far from it. But they are a bit too keen to apparently, I saw something from James Blunt the other day. That where he was asked about it, and he wasn't really throwing anyone on the bus, but he was saying that he's met Noel Gallagher a few times, and he's always been really, really nice to his face, but behind his back, he's been somewhat horrible. You know, like they were living in the same area, and Noel Gallagher had said he moved because he didn't want to live near James Blunt, which is probably not true. Something else as well. There was a photo opportunity on an old Jules Holland, and apparently Damon Albarn was on this Jules Holland show, which is like a TV show for musicians. They have all different bands on through the course of an evening. And James Blunt and Damon Albarn were on the same night, and they always take like a group photo, but Damon Albarn refused to be in it with James Blunt, so they had to take 2 photos. They had to do one with Damon Albarn, and then he left, and then James Blunt came out for the second one, because Damon Albarn wouldn't be in the photo with James Blunt. James Blunt is one of the biggest trolls on Twitter, but only with the people that try to have it. I really like James Blunt. His music is fairly mundane in places, but I'm a mundane kind of guy. I like a lot of his music. I don't really care to admit. I'm not embarrassed to admit it. I also like Oasis and Blur. You know, Blur were one of my favourite bands, but I think it's pretty pathetic that you'd be like, oh, I'm not appearing in that picture with James Blunt. You know, like how big of a fucking ego do you have to have? Like, you're on a show that it's not about you. Just go in the picture and fuck off. The Gallaghers are pretty petty, yeah. But the music, some of the music is amazing. I'll take that one just because it's dry, I suppose.
Hey guys, TRMZ lurk, TRMZ left.
I quite like some of the James Blunt songs. I am exactly aware, dude. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that. I was having problems making the stream work, so I can go and delete them, but I can't do it right now. Next time I get somewhere safe, I'll perhaps go and delete them. So I've changed things around with my stream settings, and I had to start and stop 4 times to make it work, which means that basically there was no stream until this one. Vance says that you should get the likes up to 1,000, and I agree with him. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, hit the like button. It will make me feel happier about my useless existence. I actually feel right about my existence, really. But anyway, hit the like button anyway. I met Liam and Noel on a flight to Las Vegas back in 2000. They were renowned for being moody, but they were great and really chatty. I still have the autographs they did. Very nice, Leon. That's cool. I'm sure they're okay. I do find it a bit annoying that I think Noel just says what he thinks, which is kind of admirable. You know, I think saying what he thinks is kind of admirable. But he is more than happy to throw some people under the bus just because he doesn't like their taste in music or their sort of music. Like, it's a bit weird because music taste is incredibly subjective, you know, like there's plenty of people out there that don't like Oasis and they're not idiots, are they? I quite like Oasis, but music is very subjective. There's no one best type, you know, just because you're in Oasis and you play with a guitar, it doesn't mean that somebody else is less good because they, I don't know, make synth music or whatever, you know. I don't really get it. Like there's no holier than thou best version of whatever. Just make your music and stop slighting the others, you miserable fuck. I want to deal with these one at a time. There we go. That's good. Hey man, what are you doing today? Well, I was planning on doing the Sakhal bunker, but DayZ being DayZ, it had other ideas, and so now I'm doing Chernarus. Hello, fellow Australian. Are you talking to someone in the chat? I think. Hi, Scary from Australia. Cheers for tuning in, dude. Yeah, I started on Sakhal. I got killed by a wolf that hit me twice back to back, and I just fell down dead from full health. And so I've switched to Chernarus because I had a tantrum and took my ball home. Not a chance, Alexander. I ain't doing no blood test. I show my age, but the first time I ever bought was Morning Glory. Wouldn't see them now, though, as they just cannot sing. I don't know what they've been like now. I did, when I went to see Joshua versus Dubois last year at Wembley, Liam Gallagher did 3 songs, and he was absolutely fucking horrendous. It was awful. It was woeful. It was like if Liam Gallagher's drunk, untalented brother that wasn't in Oasis just went and did karaoke of Oasis songs. It was terrible. But I'm guessing he's done a lot of rehearsing since then, and I would hope he's a lot better, because if he's as bad as he was that night, it really wouldn't be worth going. Cheers, Buzzy Dude. Thanks very much. All the Aussies are in today. I think it's more likely a hacker than... It was a wolf, RBZ. It was a wolf. It wasn't a hacker. It was a wolf that was just behind me and we didn't see it. I don't believe it was a hacker, dude. Somebody else is here. Did he sing Wonderwall? He did not. No, I can't. He sang Rock and Roll Star. I can't remember what he sang, to be honest, but they were all they were bad. Rock and Roll Star was one of them. He may have done Cigarettes and Alcohol, and I can't remember the third. How common are hackers? If you're playing on official servers, you can have them. It depends. You can get lucky. You might not see any hackers for weeks and months. It sometimes depends how geared you are. If you're running around with an M4 and a DMR, the chances of you meeting a hacker are a lot higher. If you're running around with an SKS and a shotgun, you're less likely to see them somehow. You know, they must know what gear you're carrying, and they must go for the highest geared players, like just to piss more people off, I guess. I don't know. But the reality is, if you're in an official server and there's 60 players, you might be on, let's say you played for a really long session for 8 hours. It only takes one hacker to come in at some point and kill you, and that's your session ruined, you know. So there aren't hundreds of hackers. The problem is it only needs one hacker, and then you're fucked, you know. That one hacker, and then your day's ruined, and unfortunately that's relatively common over a whole session. Hi Josh. I've not played Reforger since the day it came out. There is a version of Dear Isle coming in a couple of weeks, so I might try and download it and have a look at Reforger. I quite like the idea of exploring Dear Isle on it. I think that could be kind of fun. Hit him twice. What the fuck? I thought he was going to drop. He had a vest on. I hit him with the 2 shots there. Josh, turning up to a stream and asking me to watch yours is not the way, dude. But I'm not playing Reforger at the moment. If I do, I'm going to look at Dear Isle when it comes out. That was unlucky, I think. I wish I'd had a better gun, but there we go. So he had a tripwire there just to slow me down and still missed the first shot. That's kind of embarrassing for him. Josh, open chat is probably not the place to try and get me to come and watch your stream. It kind of looks a bit If you want to send me a whisper, by all means do. But I've got to be honest, dude. I don't watch a lot of DayZ stuff on Twitch or Armor Reforger stuff. You know, if I'm watching streams, it's for entertainment. I normally watch things that aren't what I do 5 days a week. You know. I understand you hosting a server and you're excited about it, though, dude. That's cool. I hope it goes well. I do. Not really wanting to do Reforger, to be honest, for now. I'm kind of waiting and hoping we'll get that engine in DayZ at some point. So, like, I don't really want to run around in Chernarus on there. I want to wait because I'm hoping one day we'll see Chernarus in that engine from the devs and then I can play it on that. Do you know what I mean? But I may well give DayZ a little bit of a run when that drops. I think that could be kind of fun. Not having a lot of luck today, am I? I like this spawn. This spawn's pretty good, but I feel like we've been a bit unlucky so far. How can you tell if I spawned an Electro or Cherno? Anything that they're very, very different moment. I think more than anything else, it's just a little bit of hours. The Cherno and Electro are absolutely massively different. Electro has got the church just up on the hill, but you only need to spawn there a handful of times. Just loot around Electro once, loot around Cherno once, and then you're going to recognise the difference really quickly, dude. It's just a little handful of hours looting both, and you'll tell the difference. Cherno's way bigger. It's got 3 little towns behind it that are all quite... Look, most of them have got big apartments in it as well. Kamashovo is not the best spawn in my opinion, but if you like it, Danglo, you're not wrong. West Cherno or Svetlo are my favourite too. Yeah, I like to spawn in the most westerly spawn there is, or most northerly one. But there isn't really a best spawn. I think Berezino can be really, really good. Berezino can be really good to go and get a blaze and a vest relatively quickly, and also a good chance to get NBC loot really quickly, and you can end up at Riffy Boat getting an M4 or an AUG-X maybe, whatever. But I think Kamishovo is one of the weaker spawns now, to be honest. It's too far from the good places to go thereafter, unless you get lucky and there's a convoy up near Mister or something. It would be great if you could shoot both from the Derringer at the same time, yeah. Best maps for meeting people to run with. I think Chernarus, is the best map for team-ups. First person... ideally community servers, bumping into new spawns, I think you've got a good chance. I think Sakhal's a lot more shooty. If we're just talking of the 3 main official maps, Sakhal is way more shooty. Livonia in the spawn zones can be quite cutthroat too. As can Chernarus, but I think Chernarus is your best chance. Do you think you've had more than 100,000 spawns over your whole time playing? I've probably had more than 100,000 spawns this year, haven't I? I don't know, dude. I've no idea. I can certainly... I can imagine I've spawned a lot. I doubt I've got 100,000, though, because I must have about 20,000 hours in the game. And whilst I do die a lot, I don't think I've died 5 times per hour. You know, I don't think that's probably likely. And even today, I've been on 2 hours and 16 minutes and died twice. That's only once per hour. And even then, I feel like I've been unlucky with both deaths. How many footsteps have I done? Today, Chimp, I actually listened to myself and did fewer steps this morning. You might mean in game, I don't know. In real world, today, I have done 12,368. So the last 2 days... I've been sitting here doing 16 or 17,000, so I just did a little bit less. I think that's probably wise. Has anybody watched Happy Gilmore 2 yet? I didn't get through it all last night. I just started getting really tired. I went to bed at 11 o'clock last night, which is really early for me. I started watching Happy Gilmore 2. It's not amazing, but it made me laugh a few times. I was kind of liking it, you know. It's not amazing. But it's kind of fun enough so far. I've not watched the whole thing yet. I'm going to finish it tonight, but I quite liked it. It was better than I was expecting, which doesn't say much because I was expecting it to be shit. It flops, you think, Furno? I think it's alright so far. Yeah, I've learned my lesson from revivals of old movies. Lucas, are you saying that you're paying for Netflix, but when they release a new film you won't watch it? Maybe you don't pay for Netflix, but if you do, surely you should watch it. Now that's a sentence I wouldn't necessarily agree with, Hills. Adam Sandler usually has decent movies. Adam Sandler had decent movies in the 90s and maybe early noughties. I don't pay for Netflix. Well, that's why you've not watched it then, I guess. I've not seen the last bit of Squid Game yet. I do need to check that out. Well, what I've seen of it, I was quite liking it. You know, I think it was good. You know. With all your IRL walking, have you ever considered getting into park run, 5k, community, walk run, Saturday mornings? There's heaps everywhere. I haven't, Freaky, no. I don't want to run. I might start jogging at some point, but I'm not going to start jogging yet. You can buy a Happy Gilmore hockey stick putter for $500. Holy shit. I do kind of agree, though. A lot of the remakes are bad. But not all are. Oh, this guy got well and truly beaten down.
Just watch the trailer for The Long Walk. Looks amazing, can't wait.
I am really excited for that. That's not a remake. It's obviously from the Stephen King book. I am excited for The Long Walk. I think it's going to be good. Yeah, I am really properly excited for that. I think it could be amazing. Could be a bag of shit as well, but I'm more excited for The Long Walk than I am the remake of The Running Man. Just gonna get some rope. Critical Drinker did a video on the bankruptcy of Hollywood's creativity. Thought that was spot on. It probably was. I've seen a handful of his videos. I'm not going to lie. I ain't really that keen on channels that are just kind of intentionally critical for being clever for clever's sake. You know, like it's not really my thing. I think it's really easy to beat things down. You know, like
into some good old musicals and having a sing along to South Pacific or Calamity Jane.
It's not really my thing. I think it's really easy to come up with a load of constructive or not so constructive criticisms over shit and then make a video essay on it. I don't really enjoy that style of content personally. It may well all be correct. I'd rather watch things that are a bit more like it's really easy to be a critic. It's a lot harder to be the one making the films, you know. Do you know what I mean? Like it's easy to beat people down, but you ain't ever made anything yourself, you know, like most food critics have never been a top chef. Most film critics have never been a film director or writer, you know, like it's really easy to be the fucker that tells you why it's shit than go and put yourself out there and try and make something good, you know, like I find it a little bit tedious. But nonetheless, yeah, there is definitely a hole in creativity at the moment. You know, there's still the odd thing. You know, there are some things that come out that are quite creative. You know, the Brutalist earlier in the year was very much more of a kind of a creative type film. You know, not anything like just a remake. The Long Walk has never been made. It may well be from a book, but it's never been made into a film before, so it'll be interesting to see how it is. There was a few channels that strayed into... I only found them because of DayZ. There was a few channels that made... the most famous one that stuck out for me was a guy that made one called The Day DayZ Died. I can't even remember the name of the channel. But the same dude made some really good videos on a different channel where he was making video essays about films. And he was quite a knowledgeable guy, but... He tried to be a gaming YouTuber for years and failed. His gaming YouTube channel had got 6,000-7,000 subscribers, and he'd been making shit videos for years and he'd got nowhere. And then he started a new channel and just absolutely slated a handful of games. And because obviously they went viral, that became his shtick, and he did it for a very short while, and then turned out he couldn't carry on doing it, you know? And the channel kind of just disappeared again. But I am kind of I find myself like knee-jerk reaction against those sorts of channels, because they tend to just think like, and I'm not talking about Critical Drinker here, I'm talking about this other channel and channels in general that are more negative. They realise that they can only get views by offering some kind of dramatic opinion, some hit job piece, and so they just spend their time looking for the next one. Like, what next can I slate? What way is the wind blowing? What are people not liking right now? I know, I'll feed into that and be really negative about the next thing and the next thing. And I don't know enough about Critical Drinker. I'm not saying that's what he does. I don't know. I've only seen 1 or 2 videos of his. So, but I definitely think that happens. People are not really that interested in what they're talking about. They're just trying to find the next thing that people will really enjoy listening to them critique. That's journalism generally these days, catering to what's currently popular. Maybe, but it's more about viral trends and whatnot. Or maybe it is, but that doesn't mean you have to like it. You know, I don't buy newspapers because of the headline on the front. I don't buy newspapers, to be fair, but nonetheless, you can either feed into that and help it, or you can not. You know, I don't tend to watch those videos because I don't like it. A hit piece is lying, misrepresenting things to... Yeah, that's true. I do think it was a hit piece that was the one that was The Day DayZ Died. The title alone, you know, like DayZ hadn't died. It was gradually improving at that time, you know. It was an opinion, but it was presented in a way that was factual, you know, like, and it wasn't factual. Most of those were basically like, wow, the mod was better. Was pretty much what it was, but they took 15 minutes to say it.
Afternoon, good sir. How did Sakhal go in the end?
Very badly in fail. I got killed by a wolf because of the bone stat bug. I got hit by a wolf twice and died. I need to watch Prometheus again. I can't remember anything about it. I just recently watched Alien Romulus. And very mild spoiler. There's obviously a bit of a... alien human element kind of thing to Alien Romulus, and it reminded me. I need to go and watch Prometheus. I can't remember it at all. I have to say I'm really pleased with how things are running on this, what I think was a test, but basically I think my setup is now like this, so I feel like the 1440p streams are going to stay, on Twitch that is, obviously 4K on YouTube, but I think I can get away with this. It seems to be running fine. I can record with Shadowplay, so I can still get stuff made for videos. I think this is a happy medium, so it's working well. It is quite hard to create a truly new story, Zagorki. It's kind of true. There aren't actually that many. You can make a new spin on something, but they all end up being a little bit like you can put the heroes into a journey, a la Lord of the Rings, or Star Wars, or whatever. You can have it as a love story, or you can have a robbery story with a redemption arc, or you can have a superhero or a hero and a villain and an antagonist and a protagonist. And there aren't actually that many. The story is still basically likely to. You can end it slightly differently, but it is quite hard to create something truly novel. I can't remember the last time I saw something truly novel. Maybe Everything Everywhere All at Once. I can't say I was the biggest fan of it, but it was quite novel. But I do think a truly original story is actually quite hard to do, because name one, you know? If that's the case, why are the bookstars full of new... Because they're not new stories, they're just different characters telling a similar type of story. That's the point, isn't it? That's partly why they're stuck in this repetition loop of reimagining old films, because they think it'll sell better, but it's really hard to come up with a new story. They're mostly love stories, or they're mostly... It's like Jack Reacher, or is it Jack Reacher, or is it another... Name another guy, and he's a hero that's going to go and littlest hobo the next place, you know? Like, there's only limited stories to tell. You're just changing the people and the ending, you know? It is actually... You can read up on it. It's quite hard to come up with a truly novel story. You just guess you have to make an original film as best you can, you know? Some of the more original films lately have been films where they don't really have a strict narrative, like the Banshees of Inisherin, you know? It's just a weird film where one guy's cutting his fingers off. There's no real... It's just like a story where some things happen, and then it ends. But there's a limited amount of stories to tell. It would be good if they started trying to make some original ones rather than just rehashing the old stuff, you know? Right, anyway, while the server's down, I might as well go and refresh my cup of tea, mightn't I? I'll be back in a sec. That took ages. I massively overfilled the kettle. Fucked up a bit there, I think. Your gecko is named Xenomorph, is it? Very cool. Yeah, I might maybe watch Prometheus at some point soon. Oh bollocks! I've got data verification error. Such a frustrating bug that. Haven't had it in ages actually. Just trying to get back in, but so often it won't let me go in until the server's full. Do you have any advice for making DayZ videos if you're not yet at the stage where you have long, successful adventures? Most videos seem to be about that, but I'm not getting those runs yet. Priestify, if you're starting out as a creator, shorter videos are better anyway. You know, so if you're starting out on YouTube and you're making edited stuff, start with shorter videos and share them in the DayZ Reddit and such like. You'll probably find they do better. Longer videos, if you get a really good adventure, make a longer video, but longer videos are more for your existing viewer base. A shorter video is more likely to grow you a new subscriber or 10 or whatever it might be. Should be getting into the server now. Yeah, there we go. So it's okay if you're not getting really long adventures that you can edit into long sort of Frankie on PC style stories, but you can make videos of the cool moments, you know, like a 4 or 5 minute video of a cool single moment or whatever it might be. Obviously you do need to get moments that are worth sharing, you know, that's going to need to be a thing. So keep playing the game and keep getting better at it as such, you know, it will help. But you can make shorter videos. They don't have to all be really long storied stuff like JLK makes or something. When JLK was first starting out, you go back. Obviously, his videos will have improved loads too, but if you go back and look at early channel content, it's very rarely the same sort of like hour-long amazing videos that, let's say, JLK is making now. And that's partly because maybe he's more capable of making those videos now, but also his audience will go with him because he's built up that trust, you know. Like, if you make a video that's an hour long and somebody sees it but they don't know who you are, they're much less likely to watch it. If you've got 200,000 subscribers and they don't know who you are, they're probably going to think this guy's got a degree of like credence, that people are clearly subbed, people must like them. I've never heard of it, however, people clearly like it, I'll give it a watch. If you've got 200 subscribers and you're asking someone to commit an hour to a video, that's a much bigger ask, because people won't take that leap of faith anyway, you know. If you ask them to watch something that's 3 minutes long, or a DayZ short with a catchy title, you know, that's a whole different ballgame, you know. So you're much more likely to catch new viewers with shorter content. And so what you tend to want to do is focus on shorter stuff, and then if you get a really good adventure, make a longer one, but that's more for your existing viewers. It will less likely attract your new viewers. If you go back and look at my early videos, and you have to go back a long way, I've got a lot of videos that are 2, 3, 4 minutes long. They're not, and my videos were very bad back then, you know. I still sort of slate them a bit now, but they're a lot more better made now. And I know I have editors, but they were better made by me before I stopped editing as well, you know. But you tend to progress and you get better at finding the adventures, you get better at finding things to put in videos, and also your editing improves as you go as well, you know. Why are the British so good at DayZ? I don't know if I fall in that category. Well, I am British, but I think it's maybe the accent suits. I think it's a very popular game in certain countries, and a lot of people playing DayZ in Britain and Germany, for example. Some countries have more players for some reason. But I think the accent really works. I think the accent works for things like streaming. Obviously, there's massive creators over in America land like Smoke and AmishZ and plenty of others, Summit and so on. Shroud and many more, but I'm talking about ones that play DayZ. Obviously, Smoke main games DayZ, as does AmishZ. And there's others, of course. But I think the accent works quite well. And I think that can matter, you know. I think your voice when you're speaking English. If you're gonna grow a successful channel, you probably want to be speaking either English or Spanish, because if you're speaking something else, you've got, like, if you're German, for example, there are some big German streamers, but if you're speaking German, you can only really appeal to Germans, obviously, you know. Whereas if you speak in English, you've got a much wider appeal. And I guess if you've got an English language, it seems to be quite popular, accent-wise, for a stream. Diaz was left out of the squad because of speculation. Nunes was injured. Oh, okay, interesting. Kai is the biggest streamer on Twitch. He's American. I know, I'm talking about DayZ, Jay. The question was about DayZ. I'm not talking about streamers in general. I'm just talking about DayZ. I don't think we'll see Kai Sennett running around in DayZ anytime soon. I think it is a lot to do with that, Moodister. I think a lot of people from England, from the UK, play it. Oh, I'll tell you what I meant to do. I'll do that quickly now. I meant to just quickly delete those streams that weren't streams on YouTube. I just need to quickly do it. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm not leaving the game or anything. I just need to quickly go to YouTube and live. No, actually manage videos. Live. And let's delete those 3. 4. Delete forever. Excellent. Gullem, what are you saying? An Australian can play DayZ in their daily life. Nobody said an Australian can't play DayZ. What? No. I'm a little bit perplexed as to what's unfair. No one said Australians can't play DayZ, did they? There's some really cool streamers from Australia, like Benfruit and Lax and others too. Gaming, dude. GG. It's a shame you've gone to Starbucks, though. The bike ride sounds great, but stopping at Starbucks sounds like a disaster to me. I'm not a fan of Starbucks. Not because I'm a coffee snob. I just don't like Starbucks, the company, and their lack of paying their own tax policy that they have. Only needs a spark plug. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? We could get a vehicle. It's the wife's choice. It does what it's told, Gamin. It's the best way. Something that I've not always adhered to, and it's cost me quite dearly. You know, I think you're doing it right. I've taken the approach of when people suggest going to Starbucks, boring them with my but they don't pay their tax story to the point where they just give up and go somewhere else so they don't have to hear it. Only 850 likes, but nearly 4k watching. That's actually quite a lot of likes, believe it or not, El Sparko. Liking a video or liking a stream is a relatively low hit rate thing, you know. That's the case. But if you've liked the stream, and now we're talking about it, I reckon if everybody hits the like button right now, we'll probably get above 1,000 right now. And then he'll stop talking about it. How's the viewership today compared to Sunday? I don't really know, dude. I can't see my viewership on YouTube because I've moved things around. So I don't really know. Is it normal for all the stuff spawning on the benches there? Yeah, it's why I came there. It's a good place to try and get food. We were a bit unlucky with the food we got, to be honest. Hi, Not Milky. Hope you're good. Milky, milky. Doesn't like Starbucks, but meanwhile he's washing all his illegitimate gains through YouTube. I don't quite get that, dude. And I'm not washing any illegitimate gains. My gains are legitimate, and I pay tax on everything I earn. I do get paid by YouTube from Ireland, so they've set themselves up for Europe in Ireland, so Ireland is a bit of a tax haven, so they pay a little less tax because they're based in Ireland. However, there is a difference to me, dude, and that is this. If you walk into a high street Starbucks in your local town and spend money in the store, you're buying something from a shop in the store. The fact that they then choose to buy their coffee from Starbucks in the Netherlands, who pay their money from the Netherlands Starbucks company to Switzerland, so they shunt the profits around until they make no money, pay little tax. That feels really immoral to me. YouTube are not a perfect company, Google aren't, but they do pay some tax in Ireland. And when you're watching this channel, it's not the same as buying a coffee in the high street, you know. You can't watch this stream in the local independent stream where they pay tax. I'm paying my tax. I pay fucking shitloads of tax, right? But when you go to Starbucks in that same town, chances are there's another shop that the coffee shop is an independent one, owned by someone local in the town who gets the money and spends it in the town, is a local proprietor, an independent person who pays all their tax that they owe. They don't shunt their profits offshore and not pay them. That's very different than YouTube, who are a worldwide company who may have issues like try to avoid tax. Lots of multinational companies do, but it's still not the same. It's a worldwide audience to a worldwide website, not you buying a coffee in your local town. There is a difference. Like Twitch are owned by Amazon, and I'm sure Amazon do their best to pay as little tax as possible. Most companies do. But as a consumer, we can choose to go to the place where they do pay tax and also make better coffee, you know? Like, in my local town, the independent coffee place tastes way better than fucking Starbucks. It's cheaper, and the guy that serves you it is the guy that owns it, you know? There is a difference there, you know. I don't quite get the illegitimate gains, dude. Being a YouTuber is definitely legitimate. There's nothing illegitimate about it. I pay tax. I have an accountant. No illegitimacy here. Thank you very much. Zodiac, I worked full time for nearly 20 years before I became a streamer. Right, I probably don't need to drink at the well. I guess we might as well, though, while we're here. You used to get shot from up there so much. I shouldn't be saying this, but it rarely happens now. Back in the day, people used to camp up there on one of these, in one of the windows more often than not, and just shoot you when you were at the well. Did you hear about the new stream rule that allows Visa and others to pull games if they don't want the content? I don't. Who's how are Visa going to pull games? I don't understand. Average Green. Yeah, just try not to give it too much of a thought, Fergie. I just started working when I was young. Shot to the right. Hi, Spud. I started my YouTube channel in 2014. I started streaming in 2015. Oh, T-Bird, thank you for the kind words on the YouTube. Thank you. Cheers for tuning in. Rooster, thank you. Quinton, thank you as well. Papa for the bits ×2. Uncanny Nanny, thank you. Infail, thank you for the 13 months. What made me start making videos, Ren? Some of the people that I was playing DayZ with at the time. I was playing with a group that we'd all met each other in game. And a couple of them were making videos. There was a dude called Inapsin, there was a dude called Zanny, and there was another dude called Bullone. And they were making their own videos. I think it was mainly Inapsin and Zanny at the time. I don't know if I'd met Bullone by then, but anyway. They were making videos, and we would play together, say, every Friday and Saturday night, roughly. And maybe I'd played on the Tuesday on my own, and I'd meet up and I'd sort of describe whatever had happened in the session where I was on my own. And they were both, dude, you should record and you could upload this to YouTube so we could check out that little moment, you know. I wouldn't be like regaling them with the whole story of everything that but there will have been one cool DayZ moment that was amazing, and they'd be like, you should have put it on YouTube and we could have watched it, you know, maybe a shot or maybe an unlucky death or whatever it might have been. But anyway, they talked me into trying to make videos, and I just seemed to get lucky, and my videos seemed to click, and even the earlier ones weren't that great, but I tried to improve the videos pretty quickly, and people just sort of started watching them, you know, like I was sharing my videos on the Reddit and the DayZ Reddit, and they kind of did okay, so I just kind of ended up snowballing from there, you know. How long were you making videos before you went full time? So my first video released in July the 29th of 2014, and I went full time in May of 2016, so just shy of 2 years.
Been watching you for a long while.
However, I went full time because of streaming. At that time, I would have had under 30,000 subscribers on YouTube, but I was Twitch partnered and I was doing well on Twitch, so when I went full-time, it was not because of the videos, it was because of the streams. I could go full-time because of the streams. For YouTube to become a full-time wage would have took a lot longer than 2 years. So there was a shot this way. It may well have been at the tents. Have I ever used Kick? I haven't, Harpo. There's not really any DayZ audience on Kick. I won't bore you with the other reasons I've not been to Kick, it's a bit dull, but yeah, there isn't really a DayZ audience on Kick, so there seems little point a DayZ streamer going on there, you know. Visa and other payment processors threaten to pull the ability for Steam, etc. to take their cards if they don't remove content they don't like. I think that's... I don't know. I seriously doubt that Visa are going to be involved in DayZ streams and deciding who's legit or not. That seems nonsensical, but fuck knows what that relates to really. But yeah, I seriously doubt it's anything mainstream like DayZ or Tarkov, is it, you know? Did I go to college? No, I stopped studing at A-levels, which is like... You do A-levels at 17 and 18, and to be honest, I kind of fucked them up and gave up, and I spent a long time in retail instead. I picked the wrong A levels and just kind of gave up, stopped working. I got a D, an E, and a fail. At A level, I didn't do very well. I was certainly brighter than those results. I just I picked the wrong topics. One of them I wasn't interested in, and I should have started again, but I didn't. I try to do that, Zagorki. I try to go to the independent places if I can. Even just like last year, you know, when me and the ex were going to Gran Canaria, I had a look online at the holidays, but I went into the local travel agent and booked it. It was the same price, but the travel agent then gets a bit of money, and while it's not the end of the world, it was a Jet2 holiday. But I booked it at the local travel agent. I think it was one of those Premier Travel or whatever. But they are owned by Premier Travel are owned by a couple, a man and wife. I believe one of the two just died recently, about a year ago.
Have you seen that Liverpool
but they are
will
family
play
owned,
with a logo
you know.
for hotel on their shirts this season? Sad reason, but classy act for such a massive clap.
That's cool, Sir Lancelot. I haven't seen that, no. So thanks for sharing that. Cheers for the super chat as well, dude. Thank you. That's cool. Very, very sad that he's died. It sucks, dude. It does. Thomas, dude, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube. Quinton, thank you for the super chat. Cheers for tuning in. Been watching for a long while. Thank you. Alan, Roy, Leroy, thank you for the membership. Rooster, Quinton, thank you for the memberships as well. Thank you. Yeah, in general, I try. I'm far from perfect though, because I do use Amazon for a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, I do. Like, if I've got the ability to buy it from a local place, I'll try. But, I don't know, like, I want to get these cat pellets to stop cats shitting in my garden. I'll probably just go on Amazon and get some, because they'll just turn up tomorrow. Rather than having to go out to a shop, you know. I am quite bad for Amazon Prime. I use it probably more than I should. But where there is a local choice available, I try to use it. Would you do like a 2, 3 or 4 month travel if you could? Like where? I'd quite like to do that one day, Chris. I'd quite like to do the sort of east to west or west to east America thing. I'd quite like to do that. I'm a bit of a coward travelling. I have been to India, but I did it on a guided tour. I'd quite like to do Japan and Singapore. Probably more Japan, but a couple of days in Singapore just to go there. You know? I wouldn't mind doing Japan. I'd really like to do like get a nice car and go across America, staying in places. You know, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, 2 or 3 months travelling is probably not so feasible right now. I know, in terms of affordability, it's something I could probably do, but stopping, if you're self-employed, like closing everything down for 2 or 3 months and then expecting it all to be there when you get back is not something I'd want to do. What gun from any other game would you like to see in this game? I don't really mind the guns that are in it. I don't really know. I'd quite like them to add like a bow. Not one you make yourself necessarily, but one that you loot, like a compound bow or something like that. Sour did, yeah, Sour did, but Sour's 22, you know. Sour has got he's kind of set, you know. Fucking, I'm quite jealous of Sour. Don't tell him I said that, but to be where he's at on YouTube and where he's at on Twitch and be 22 is insanely cool, you know. Like, unfortunately, I'm a little bit older than that, and so I kind of need to maximise while the sun's shining, kind of make hay while the sun's shining, you know. I'm not 22, so I can't take my time as such, you know. Sarah is also a YouTuber who streams. Well, that's what I am. But he did just take he's taken quite an extended time in the past for like summer holidays and gone away to France and stuff, you know. I admire his confidence for that, you know. I'm not very good at that, but like I just said, the reason is age, you know. I don't feel as able to take 3 or 4 months off. I definitely could, but this might all be finished in 2 years, right? I'm not 22. So if Sour's channel was finished in 2 years, he's got his whole life ahead of him and a really great start. You know, if I ended up finished in 2 years and I didn't maximise it during those 2 years, that would be bad because I'm so much older. You know. But yeah, no, to be fair, Sour has had some challenges in his personal life as well, so he's not been streaming so much, you know. Just live longer. Well, the thing is with streaming, you never know how it's going to be, you know. No streamer does. Whether you're me, or whether you're someone starting out, or whether you're Summit, or whether you're Shroud, or whether you're Kai Senate, you never know for sure. You never know what will be next year. You might fall out of favour, you might get cancelled, you might get cancelled but then come back to a roaring success and you weren't cancelled after all, who knows. But streaming is not like anything, you know. If you're a stand-up comedian or whatever, you know, or if you're a musician, you might be making it great and selling out stadiums or whatever, but 5 years down the line people don't buy your albums anymore or stream your albums anymore, don't want to come to your concerts anymore. It happens, doesn't it? You know, you don't know how the future's going to be. Getting cancelled just changes your fan base. Maybe. It can affect people's livelihood in a big way. I think I'm unlikely to get cancelled unless I say something really moronic, but I think I'm fairly level-headed as best as I can be. I'm not really a drama streamer, am I? So I don't stray into world events and shit. IGN, I've played on that server a couple of times already. What, no mention of Australia? Good, we keep it a secret. I think I'd quite like to go to Australia. I don't think I'd need to go there for 2 to 3 months, though. I know it's a very big country, but 3 weeks would be pretty good. I wouldn't mind going to Australia. It's just so far, you know, like America is English-speaking and kind of an easy cop-out holiday if you're a Brit. But it's so much closer. So if I want to go somewhere with a fairly similar culture and the same language, but see different things and experience different foods, I can go to America so much easier than I can go to Australia, you know. Likewise, Canada as well, like you just said, Blaine, you know. And when you're in the UK and you've got Italy and France right next door, Spain right next door, there's so much diversity in Europe and so much history. It's kind of hard. Like there's loads of places in Europe I've not been. And so going to Australia seems kind of a waste, you know. Even Japan is massively closer, you know. How do you find your way in the map? I get lost all the time. Sin, I've just been playing the game forever, dude. I know the map like the back of my hand. I know it better than my hometown. Boito, Summit and Lyric and so on have been popular for a long time and deservedly so, but nobody knows for sure, you know, like that's the case. I think it's fairly clear that likely Summit and Lyric are going to do okay, but you never know, you know, you just don't know. Like Twitch has had some issues lately.
Like
Twitch is a little bit less popular now than it was. I'm pretty sure Summit could do amazing on YouTube, and likely Lyric could too. But Lyric is quite Twitch focused, you know. I can't say I've studied this, but if he's streaming, if he's live streaming, I feel like he gets way more viewers on Twitch and not many on YouTube, right? Were Twitch to really kind of die off, he might be quite sort of Twitch focused, if that makes sense. I know he does stream on YouTube, but I don't think he gets viewers in the same way. Maybe he would if Twitch. But this is just all hypothetical. Lyric is a massive streamer. He's bigger than I'll ever be, you know. But you get my point, though. Nobody knows for sure, you know. Twitch might die a death next year. I doubt it will, but you never know, do you? You know. And if most of your eggs in terms of viewership are on Twitch and it folds, or it goes, or it gets sold, or it gets changed, you never know. Not liquor. Thanks for coming in. Hope you're good. Twitch is in a bit of a weird place at the moment. I think I like Twitch. I really like Twitch, and I hope it kind of gets through it. I think there's a lot of drama spoken about Twitch because of, I don't know, like hot tub streams and stuff, and I don't really think there's any drama in that personally. But they are struggling to keep up. My issue is this 1440p trial that I'm doing today is a good start, but they are really falling behind in terms of what they can do. I did say this as well. I did this glitch session and there was 2 or 3 people from Twitch on it, like a streamer's Q&A with some Twitch bots, and I did express my concern at that, you know, like how Twitch is falling behind other platforms in terms of quality, video quality in particular, and in the long run it can have an impact, can't it? You know, like they do need to be on a par with YouTube, and they're not. This 1440p thing is a good start, though. Am I a regular viewer of those hot tub streams? I'm not, no. I just don't think it's a big deal, is all. I don't... It's really easy to not see, and there's so much stuff on YouTube, you know. If you go to YouTube and type, I don't know, licking ASMR or something, you can go and see some crazy shit on YouTube that's, like it's all there, you know. YouTube is just a search engine, whereas on Twitch it's maybe a tiny bit more in your face, but it's there on both platforms, you know. It doesn't really interest me, you know. Tim the Tatman turned down 15 million to go to Mixer. He did get a deal to go to YouTube though, didn't he? I think so. He's probably. I think Tim the Tatman's done pretty well for himself all in. But yeah, not quite so well as the ones that did go to Mixer. Shroud and holy shit, I can't remember his name. That's bad, isn't it? Fortnite, main dude, blue hair. What the hell is his name? Fuck me, that's bad, isn't it? Ninja, yeah, well done. They both got crazy contracts for 2 years, and then they closed and they got all the money. Well, you never know what might come up, not Milky. I did ages ago get approached with an offer to go to Facebook streaming. It wasn't into the millions. It was good though. It was a 2-year thing, and if I'd done it, it would have meant that I probably wouldn't have had to work in any other job. Even if I went to Facebook and it failed, I wouldn't have had to go anywhere. I probably, if I was smart with it, could have retired, if you like. But it wasn't. It was borderline, and I just didn't want to do it. I don't want to stream on Facebook. Facebook is not, in the same way as Kick is not a place for DayZ content. Facebook was not a place for DayZ content either. So I just didn't do it. I didn't get very much past that. They made an offer. I was like, that's not enough. And they made a second offer. And then I was like, nah, I don't think so. And then they took the offer away. It's basically how it went. I can't remember exactly how much it was, Simon, but it was a fair amount. I'm glad I didn't though, because not long later, Twitch allowed people to stream on YouTube, and whilst being completely open, I'm not doing any better financially than I was when I used to stream on YouTube and Twitch. It's pretty much the same. It's pretty much exactly the same. But I feel like I'm a bit more diversified now, and I quite like that. I like being on both. I think it's better. Every streamer that went to Facebook left as soon as the contract was up. Viewership tanked and Facebook offered no support. Yeah, I'm not going to name anyone, but I did check out 1 or 2 streamers. One that was on Grand Theft Auto RP, that was a Twitch streamer that went to Facebook. And it did seem to have not affected them, but it affected their viewing audience and it affected the streams. I didn't want to do that. We're not getting a lot of loot today. Really, really not. I ought to load the shotgun now, I suppose. I'm going to put a slug in it because it's my only shot. I ought to go back and kill one of those animals, actually. Deer? Let's go for a deer. Would I consider streaming on TikTok? I don't even have a TikTok account. Jokers, thank you for the 12 months. Escape, thank you very much. You like F1, but what's your opinion on rally? I haven't watched any rally stuff for years. Since the days of Colin McRae and the was it something Burns? Richard Burns, maybe? Those kind of days. I haven't seen any Colin McRae since... Sorry, any rally driving since then. I'm just going to check the feed shack that's this way before we go to where the deer are. Robbie Burns. Was it? No, that doesn't sound right. TikTok is big, yeah, it is. I should be on TikTok. More so for the short side of things, you know, more for like skits and little things. I should be on TikTok. I don't have the time. I don't have the time, and I don't have the time to get someone to do it. I don't have the time to oversee it. Don't have the time at the moment. In the long term, maybe. Why can I not pick that up? Something's mega bugged. I'm not going to name who it was. It wasn't that person, Booty, no. But I'm not going to name whoever it was. Lando's on pole. Oh, baby, that's good news. Who's second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth? Richard Burns. I didn't know that Richard Burns had died. I honestly didn't know. That's crazy because he followed on to be world champion after, or close to Colin McRae, and obviously Colin McRae's passed away as well. So it's Norris first, Piastri second, Leclerc, Max, Albon, Yuki, Tsunoda. Like, that's a better drive from Tsunoda, isn't it? So Hamilton didn't do so well again then. That's a shame. I did mean that sincerely, by the way. That wasn't sarcasm. Holly, well, thanks for sharing how your contempt for the DayZ devs. I've met the devs. They're certainly not lazy. Have you seen Happy Gilmore 2? I've seen half of it, EH. I was quite liking it. I put it on last night about 10 o'clock, and my eyes started rolling, and that's not because of the film. I just was knackered last night, so I watched a little bit more this morning. I don't know what's going on here. It's not the best film ever or anything, but it was quite fun. It was kind of it made me laugh out loud here or there. It was okay. I'm quite looking forward to watching the end. It's got a reasonable balance of enough of the old characters and enough things to to make you laugh. It's not as bad as a lot of Adam Sandler films have been nowadays, you know. It certainly could be worse. I'm quite liking it so far, yeah. Just read your message, Uncle Food. I'm not reading that one out. That's an interesting take. The ending isn't good. Oh, well, that's all right. It's an okay film so far. The ending to Happy Gilmore wasn't great, really. You know, that it was kind of stupid, wasn't it? You know, you've got to play it where it lies after the tower's fallen over, and he has to do the trick shot. You know, the ending is a bit stupid, but the film is a bit stupid. I still enjoyed it. How far into the film did you make it? I don't really want to talk about plot because there'll be lots of people watching that haven't seen it. I got about to the point where there's 5, and that's as far as I went. I got about to there, but I don't really want to talk about plot. That was vague enough to not really be any kind of a plot spoiler. So the matches are wet, which is why I've made myself stuff to make a hand drill. And I don't have any bollocks. I don't have any kindling. Oh no, I do. I've got rags. Idiot. Stat, yeah, the difference in the game is huge since from before. Yeah, it really has changed a lot. I got a Blu-ray about McRae with the game Dirt. Blimey. Those Colin McRae rally games were huge, weren't they? If we need that, but anyway, we'll take it. I've not seen the new trailer. I've only seen the first one, Retro. I need to look at it. Somebody else was talking about it earlier. I need to have a look at that trailer later. Spudder, thanks for the 30 months. Ghost Actual, thank you. Jokers, thank you. Scapegoat, King Daddy, Giga Chad, cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Cheers for the support, Spudder. You think it's a little bit like that in a way, Bobcat. I don't think it's quite like that. It has a few sort of replays of old parts of the first film in it, but I don't think it's like massively overdone. Hi, yes, hi Stat. We're doing alright, dude. Yeah, thank you. DayZ can be a little bit like that. It is a bit... It can be quite addictive, let's say. DayZ's a bit like an abusive relationship, and I'm not trying to be like, but it does feel like you get beaten up by it. You know, obviously an abusive relationship is serious, but it does feel like it kicks you in the nuts at least once a day. But then the next day you come back for more because you love it. I got kicked in the nuts on Sakhal earlier, you know, like dying to wolves without really seeing a wolf. You know, that's ridiculous. 2 hits to a wolf, insta dead. Yeah, cheers, Spudder, dude. Thank you. DayZ is better than real life. Ah, Purple. Hopefully your real life can improve a little bit. I can kind of see the escapism angle to it, though. It can be. Stockholm Syndrome, yeah. Did I reload? I did. It's a red shell that's in the shotgun, but I did reload it, yeah. I love that relationship with DayZ because I don't do drama IRL. Yeah, just in the game. I've always been quite good. I know my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, he is... I don't know why I had to explain what the brother-in-law was, but anyway. When he was younger, he used to break controllers and stuff. Like, he freely admits it now, you know. Like, if he was playing FIFA or something, one of the early FIFAs, and he lost, he'd be like throwing his controller across the room and things. I've never been quite like that. I've never got that much of a rage. It just used to make me angry enough to try again and again and again and again, you know, like... I've never got properly angry, but some people do, don't they? Some people go into a fucking blind rage and shit. I'm gonna put my slug in. Stat, dude, thanks for coming in.
Fill the silence around here.
Statty K or Stat YK? Cheers for coming in, dude. Thank you. That's something I'm getting used to at the moment, actually, on this that subject. Like, finish the stream. Obviously, I talk loads during the stream, but when I'm like watching the telly in the evening and stuff, like in the house on my own at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, I've not quite adjusted to that yet. And obviously, the kids are here every other week and stuff. I go and see my mum. I'm seeing my mum in the morning, right? At some point, I'm going to start going and playing pool again and maybe reconnect with my old pool mates and stuff like that. At some point, I'm going to do that. Not quite done it yet. But anyway, the silence of that is kind of strange. I've never lived on my own before, which is probably a bit of a cowardly thing. But when I moved out from my parents with somebody else, it didn't work out, and then I moved out and bought a house with my ex-wife, you know. I've never lived on my own. Obviously, I've just moved out from my fiance's place, you know. My brother used to break controllers, get mad, hit me, and then ask me to pass the levels on those PS1 games back in '99. Holy shit. Now he's the most chill person ever. He probably doesn't game so much, dude. Talk to yourself, blimey. I've not done that. I guess I talk in my head, if you like. I narrate my thoughts in a way somehow, but I don't. I've not quite got to there yet. Do you see DayZ as a game or more of a social way of connecting with people? It's both. It's definitely both. I do think that online friends can be real friends. I do think that. I know Like, you could be playing a game with somebody every Friday and Saturday night. You could be playing DayZ with a couple of buddies. You might live 5,000 miles apart, but you could know them and say things to them more than you would the mates that you see down the pub. You know, you really could. I do think that online friends are real friends, even if you mostly see them in, or speak to them in Discord. I do think that's the case. Oh, there's loot from a previous convoy. Dead zombie from a previous convoy. That means it only just despawned. Do I need the rope? I probably don't. So they could have gone on to the prison, which is not ideal. Facts, one of my closest friends lives in the UK and I'm in the US. I do think that's legitimate. I know, I think a lot of non-gamers would try to marginalise that and kind of talk it down, but you really can share a lot. I think even in streams, and I'm not trying to build more of a parasocial thing here, but sometimes it's easier to share things in Discord with someone you play a game with than it is with your mates down the pub. Because chances are your face-to-face mates are going to take the piss out of you a lot more, you know? Like, I remember going out, like, when I was back in, like, going out in the pub regularly, if one of them broke up, or if you wouldn't get any consoling from your mates, you'd just get like them singing the streets, dry your eyes mate, or something, you know. If you were sad and downhearted, their way of helping you would be to take the piss out of you, you know, which can kind of be okay. A bit of hazing is not necessarily a bad thing, but online somehow, if you're talking, it can be a little bit more, you can go a little bit more serious somehow. It's Cam. Well, if you're living through my PvP, we're all in trouble, dude. If you insult someone in public, people tend to think you're serious. I don't differentiate personally. I try to say something. If I say something to someone online, I try to only say what I'd say to their face. I've always kind of been like that. If I say something, I'll say it to someone's face or not at all, if that makes sense, you know. I met someone 7 years ago in a random PUBG game, added them on Discord, played 5k hours with him, been on 3 holidays, rode thousands of miles on motorbikes together, become good friends with some of his... Very cool, Dan. That's badass. And people meet and get married over games, don't they? You know, it happens. Like John and Lexi, for example. Cheers, Frankie. Cheers for coming in. Hope you're good. A little bit worried there might be somebody here, but hopefully we can pick ourselves up a stab vest or something before we see whoever's here. We've been a bit die so far today. I'd really like not to. I'd like to buck that trend a little if I can. I'm going to get the shotgun out. Frederick, cheers for tuning in. Thanks for watching the videos, dude. Feeling looted. The loot on these little bits can quite often be pretty poor. I think when we get up to the barracks, we'll see. If there's any dead zombies, we know somebody's here, because more often than not, people start with the barracks. If there's dead zombies, then we'll start getting proper focused. I met a bunch of people on a site we broadcast over a dozen years ago. One of the guys was from Topeka, Kansas, and he was a sound man and musician. He was coming to Vancouver to start with. We went in and we hung out for the next day. I saw on Facebook where he said he had the most magical night, and I realised that I had been on a date with a dude. Sorry, I skipped a tiny bit of that in the middle. So you were on a date with a dude and you didn't know. Well, it's something you can share anyway, you know. I'm. This might not come across on stream because I'm quite forthright, but I have a bit of a. I didn't have at work, to be fair. I'm sure I'd be okay, but I'm the sort of sap that would like not want to admit it. You know, if I was out on an unintentional date with a man, I wouldn't want to be like, oh, actually, I've got my wires crossed here. If I found that out, I think I'd have to see the night through. I don't mean see the night through and go back to his place or anything. I don't mean that, but I think I'd have to just like see the date through, but not let it go any further, if that makes sense. I wouldn't have the minerals, you know. I'd have to just go. A bit like when I with my ex, we went to a restaurant in Brighton and realised it was a vegan restaurant. It was a pizza place though, so it meant vegan cheese and stuff. But we didn't realise straight away, and so we ordered and sat there and ate vegan cheese, which is horrific. Rather than get up and leave, you know, that was kind of sad. I don't think I'd do that now, but I did then. I'm not sure if anyone's been here. There's no DayZ. The reason is that the waiter was, the server was Italian. And when we got there and we sat down, I have told this story a number of times, so apologies. I'm sure a lot of you heard it. When we sat down, he said, "This is a vegan restaurant, just to let you know." But he had the thickest Italian accent, and I didn't understand what he'd said. And he said, "This is a vegan restaurant, just so you know, is that okay?" And I didn't understand what he said, and I heard the "is that okay?" So I just went, "Yeah, all right." And then I said to my missus at the time, I was like, "What did he say?" And she went, "I don't know. I couldn't hear it either." And then we got the menus, and then we realised it was a vegan restaurant, but he'd already told us it, and we'd said it was okay. And so we ordered the vegan pizza and then ate it and regretted it. Exactly, eating vegan cheese is a bit like unintentionally dating a bloke. Exactly right. Yeah, it was awful.
1 year down, many more to go.
It was so frustrating as well. It was like one of those things. It was like a fake IMDb score type thing. It had the best. It had the best rating as a pizza place in the whole of Brighton, like on like TripAdvisor or whatever website I looked at. It had the best rating for pizza, and we just really fancied an Italian pizza, so we found the best rated one. But it had the best rating because it was obviously vegans going, and it was the vegan restaurant. And so if you were vegan and you wanted a pizza, that was the place. And so the fact that it existed meant that anyone that went was going to give it 5 stars because it's catering for their specific requirements, right? And so it was kind of like it was a score specifically for a certain subset of people, of which I am not one. Do I like blue cheese? Yeah. I don't buy it too often. I've got the cheese I bought when I went shopping yesterday was Cambozola, which has got a little bit of blue in it.
Almost 4 years woohoo. Vegetarian, not vegan. Pizza is nice. Just poosed a little bit of ham on it, lol.
I quite like vegetarian pizzas. It's the lack of the real cheese that was the killer. On a vegetarian pizza, you can obviously have normal cheese. Humans were designed to eat meat. I don't really care, dude. You can make a cake. We do have canines, but we also have jaws that kind of move side to side for grinding. You know, you could. We're certainly omnivores, aren't we? You know, but what we're designed for or not, I don't really care. If people want to be vegan, fair play. You know, I don't care. Dropped taser. Lack of a stab vest is somewhat frustrating. I don't think we need any of them. I might just take that one. Yeah, I got it. I don't think we're going to need the rest of that shit. We did get the Pioneer, to be fair. That's pretty good. We should be able to get some more bullets for it, and it will take the mag as well. Can you vault that? You can vault the other side. Alright, we'll go round. I was actually thinking maybe I should go on the tower anyway. Oops. How old was I in 2014? 27. Sorry, the delay was not because I was trying to work things out. I obviously knew straight away. I don't think I was quite 38 actually, just to be honest for a second. I wasn't. I was approaching 38. It depends what part of the year, perhaps. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody here. That zombie's not dead. There's no dead Zeds. I nearly got frightened by my own shadow just then, because I'm a bit precious like that. Actually, I might check the windowsills from here, just to save me doing it later. These windowsills sometimes have vests and guns, so it doesn't look like there's any today. What will happen to your channel when you retire? I don't know. Same as everyone else's. It'll gradually die, I suppose. It'll keep earning me a little tiny bit of passive income from all the old videos, I guess. I don't have a pension plan. I just have a plan to get incremental income from YouTube. It's not going to work. Yeah, hand it over to Maggie is not such a bad idea. I wouldn't be surprised if Maggie ended up doing. I don't think she'll be carrying on my channel, but I think she'd be quite good personally. I know I'm biased because she's my daughter, but she's very quick-witted, and I think she'd be quite good at creation or streaming or similar. You know, if she wanted to be, I think she'd be alright at that. I think she can kind of like all kids have got a bit of a blank canvas, but what they end up doing is. Hard to say, who knows, but I think she could do alright. So where did it go? Where's the one with the vest? I thought there was one with a vest right here. There's one over there. Pink Fluffy, dude, thank you for the almost 4-year inning. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. She's quite smart, Maggie. She's quite streetwise for a 13-year-old. She's recently made it her mission to... She's in the 3rd set for maths, and she feels she shouldn't be in the 3rd set for maths. She goes to quite a large school, so there's... I don't know if there's like 6 sets or something. So she's kind of in the middle set, 3rd set. And she felt like she should be in at least the 2nd set, and was maybe... like in the wrong thing. So she got a book to do some extra work out of school off her own accord. She bought like a maths workbook for the year that she's in, and she's just had the oh, that is cool. She's had the results from it, and she did 2 exams at the end of the year, and in one she got the best in her little group, and the other one she got the 2nd best score in her group. So after getting those scores, she then emailed the head of maths year to say, I just wanted to inquire if I'd have the same teacher or not next year, because I feel like I'm not learning as much in the current class as I might be, and I'd really like to get better at maths. She's quite streetwise, you know. She's like playing the game, which I would never have had the bravado to do. But kind of cool that she did. And she had a reply back from the head of year saying, I feel fairly certain you'll have a different teacher next year. Interestingly, though, right, her school report is really good. They have, like... I can't remember how they worded it now. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, guys. I know this is probably something that doesn't interest most people. Where are we? Yeah, they get scores, and they're scored for each subject by the teacher, and they get what they were predicted at the start of the year, what they achieved, and then what the teacher ranks them as, right? So Maggie was predicted to be secure for maths, which is just like doing okay, you're doing fine. Secure is where you are where you should be. And in the exams that she did to qualify where she was at the end of the year, her exams, she qualified as exceeding, which means she's above the level. She's above the curriculum level, right? So she was predicted she's secure. She got exceeding. But a fucking maths teacher, in the like what he considers her to be, said that she was secure. And I've never seen that. I've seen all of my kids' papers. I've never seen a teacher go against the results that the kid got and downgrade their performance. I've never seen it. I'm sure it happens, but I think the teacher is pissed off with her because she's emailed the head of year, and it got back to him, you know. She doesn't actually like the maths teacher. I don't think she gets on with him, and I'm guessing he doesn't get on with her, but nonetheless, I think it's a bit fucking drippy to, if the kid does the end of year exams and gets exceeding, to then say that they're not that, you know. I think that's that's a bit shit, if I'm honest. Would I fight her teacher? No, but I am quite good at words though, so I might say what I think, you know, but I don't see the point. I think she's doing fine on her own. She doesn't need to fight her corner. You do get that though, don't you? Sometimes you get like Maggie is she's quite good at getting on with people. You know, she's quite an outgoing kid, and she normally gets on with most people really well. but you always get sort of personality clashes, and for whatever reason, the reason she got this workbook, she wanted to get away from the teacher that she has. She wants a different teacher. If she liked her teacher, she maybe wouldn't have the incentive to try and get up into the next set, you know, but she doesn't, for whatever reason, but she doesn't like the teacher. I get the feeling the teacher doesn't really like her for whatever reason as well. It doesn't really matter until they're doing GCSEs, aside from, with the maths, if you're in the top set of maths, you can do a higher paper at GCSE. So if you're in the top set, you can do another paper and effectively get a higher grade. Whereas if you're in lower sets, you don't do the same exam, and it inhibits the best score that you can get. That maths is a little bit different to any other subject. She is smart. She sent me her school report with the most blatant, I definitely deserve a present for this. Like, like she's so see-through. How old is she? 13. Doesn't mean much though if you don't go to university. I think it still matters. It still matters a little bit. I think it depends on the person, and you're right. If you're not going to university, it doesn't matter. So I think it's a good idea to do fairly well at school if you can, though. It shows that you can apply yourself, and if you can apply yourself and do okay at school, the chances are you're going to do okay at applying yourself and maybe progressing in life. I think certain things help, like, for example, what I just described about her emailing the maths head of year to try and effectively fish for a move up, you know. That sort of thing is what gets you on in life, isn't it? That's the kind of thing that, like, the ability to be the one that gets picked to get promoted is not always just about being the one that's best at the job. It's about the one that gets noticed. Not necessarily kissing ass, but being proactive enough to get yourself noticed does help, you know. Like getting your name out there, getting the people that matter to know who you are and maybe want to pick you when the time comes, you know. It's something that I did very badly at. I always thought myself that if I was working in a store like retail with KPIs, then the performance would speak for itself. And if my store was doing well, or if my department was doing well, then that would kind of speak for itself. But I was very much one for, if things are going well, I'll shine a light on somebody that's beneath me. And if things are going badly, I'll just absorb the pressure and take the blame like I did it, you know. If someone below me makes a mistake, I would hide that as such to my boss and just take the hit. But if something went well, I would shine a light on somebody else that was helping me do it rather than taking the credit. And that in hindsight was a really stupid way to be. It might sound like a really moralistic way to be, but it doesn't help you get anywhere. It turns out. So I kind of regretted that with hindsight. Reese, I was streaming while the game was on, but people filled me in on the result, yeah. Pleased about the R12, that's kind of cool. Mrs. Lowry. My 13-year-old son wrote me a thinking of you card, and his side wrote that he loved me very much and he doesn't know what he'd do without me. And at the end it said, P.S. get me an Apple Watch. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Rav has another prison break event. Would you sign up for something like that? A lot of Rav's events are on Saturdays. I've no idea if this one's on a Saturday. Now, I guess I'm streaming right now on a Saturday, so in theory, possibly. But if it's my weekend with the kids, no. If it's not my weekend with the kids, maybe. So should you not be moralistic? Well, you can be a little bit of both. You can big yourself up without putting other people down, you know. Like, you don't have to trample over other people to get where you want to be. But you don't necessarily... I can give you the best example I can think of, and I have told this story before. When I was in Comet Colchester, and my manager was from Pakistan, and the area manager was he was sacked, and they got a new one. And the old area manager thought very highly of me, of my store manager, and I'd actually promoted me. I'd applied to be store manager, and he gave me store manager's wages, but didn't give me the job. I'd applied to be store manager of Clacton, and I was the best candidate, and he told me as such. But he paid me store manager's wages and put me in as an assistant manager, and just said, I don't want you to go to Clacton, I want you to go to a bigger store. I've got a plan for you, but go to Colchester for now as assistant manager. I'll put you on store manager wages, and then when the right store comes up, I'll move you to the right store, because Clacton's a small store and I don't think it's really where I want you to be. Right, and just after that, I got moved to this store. The area manager got removed from the business and a new one came in. My store manager was from Pakistan. The new area manager was from India, and they really didn't get along, let's say, for possibly obvious reasons. And I was then an assistant manager on store manager's wages to an area manager that didn't put me there and didn't know who I was. And we had a visit while my manager was on holiday, and this area manager came in and gave me a list of, like they always do, they come in for the first visit and they give you like a 5-page list of things you need to sort out, right? He's like, right, I've had a look around the store. Obviously I spent several hours with him because my manager was away. And he gave me this list of all these things he wanted doing. And then as soon as my manager got back, I'd already started working on them, and then he got back and I gave him the list and said, this is what we've got to do, this is what he wants us to do, he wants us to move these, he wants us to do that, he wants us to lay out this a different way, and so on, you know, whatever it was. And I showed it to my manager and talked it through it, and my manager, because he had this issue with the area manager, just went, fuck that, he doesn't know what he's talking about, I'm not doing it. Right, that's basically what happened. And then 2 weeks later, when the area manager was coming back to check up on everything that was needing to be done... Oh, there's a new spawn there. Miraculously... What? Where the fuck did that go? Two weeks later, the area manager's coming back, and my store manager gets a call from his wife, who's fallen down the stairs and has hurt herself, so he had to go. That's what he said. He had to go. Right, let's carry on the story. The DayZ will look after itself, won't it? Clearly. So he's coming back in an unarranged visit, and he's like, I'm coming this afternoon, I'm going to have a look at all the jobs I've asked you to do. And then my manager just fucked off home. Right, he fucked off home and left me to carry the can. And when the store manager came, he's like, why haven't you done it? And I didn't say, because my manager said, fuck that, I'm not doing it. I just carried it. I said, sorry, we haven't had time. And I covered for my store manager. And that completely fucked my career at Comet. I shouldn't have done it, but instead of being honest and saying, I gave my manager the list, I told him all what you wanted, and he didn't want to do it. In fact, he said we shouldn't do it. I didn't do that. I covered for him. And then it made me look fucking incompetent. And I massively regretted that for a long time. It was a really bad choice. It was a really, really bad choice. But I just didn't have it in me to throw my manager under the bus, even though he'd thrown me under the bus. I shouldn't have done it. And that really hurt my... I guess it doesn't really matter now, but it really hurt my progression. I was on an upward curve doing really quite well in that company, and that really fucked me over. In hindsight now, probably just as well it did happen, you know. I'm glad I'm not still in retail. This guy's not a friendly dude. He's wearing the skull mask. He's definitely an evildoer. Let's put it on. I don't know what happened to the first shot. It looked like a headshot to me. Oh, there's a boat there. And we just got a spark plug. That might even be his boat. It wasn't there before, I don't think. I felt the same way and ended up blending into the background. My cheeky, mischievous friend had equal ability but was always a step ahead. He was memorable. Yeah. I think I did find that a frustrating thing in Asda when I was at Asda. That it really wasn't about how good at your job you were. It was about how many hours you worked that you didn't get paid for that got you promoted. I found it really annoying. You could have 2 stores 10 miles apart, and they both got very similar KPIs, and they both ran really nicely. Let's say they're 9 out of 10 stores on all the parameters that they judge you on. But in one of the stores, the manager's doing 45 hours a week and being paid for 40. And in the other store, the manager's doing 65 hours a week and being paid for 40. Yet, when they come time to promote someone, they promote the guy doing 65 hours a week. Even though the other dude is working more like the hours he's paid for and achieving better results as such, because he's actually delegating and managing and being a better quality manager and doing a better job in general. But that's not who they promote. They promote the one that does the extra hours without being paid, because they see it as some kind of good thing, when actually really they should be rewarding someone that's capable of doing the job. But they don't. That really frustrated me. If you just worked a load of extra hours to get the job done, they respected that more than getting the job done in your hours. Which I could never kind of get my head around. I think we are kind of good to go. I am carrying a lot of junk actually. We should probably drop a bit more stuff. I am carrying 2 Glocks. Damaged. Pristine. Oops. I don't need that. I got my 2 bullets back. Look, I fired 2 bullets at the dude. I got 2 bullets back. I'm not reading that out, Agent. Fuck me dead. It's nice of this guy to do the fishing for us, wasn't it? What a good dude. I dropped the taser, so I might as well drop that. Right, what does that go on there? It does. It's a place to keep a battery at least. We might as well use that. Right, onwards and upwards. We're going in the boat. I've got the spark plug, haven't I? Yeah, I've got the spark plug. I'm going to put it there. I think he was going back to the boat. I'm pretty sure he probably came from the boat. What I'm going to have for dinner tonight. I haven't really got that far. I've got steak, but I had beef burgers for lunch. Oh, it's a heli. I'm not going to bother. I had cheeseburgers for lunch. I've not really got much of a plan for dinner tonight. The reason I'm saying that, tomorrow I've got this first delivery of 6 meals coming from Thrive, F-R-I-V-E, just to try for next week. So I might stream and have one, like heat one up and then still carry on streaming kind of thing is the plan. I haven't really planned for tonight's meal at all. It's Saturday, but normally I'm off, and so I'd have thought about it by now. I don't actually know what I'm going to have. This is the favourite part of the stream every day, I'd say. The time when we spend 2 hours in a boat. Oh, shit. I don't suppose he had a water container, did he? Oh, I haven't got a bottle or anything. This might not be a very long journey. You can't call it a hamburger or a cheeseburger if it's on pita bread. It was on gluten-free brioche bun, dude. It was a burger. I can call it what the hell I damn like. But no, it was in a boiga bun. Just a disappointing one. Fixed stab vest. I think the stab vest's in good condition, dude. I don't think it needs fixing. We could potentially see a jerry can at one of these boats. There's a blue dry bank there, but okay, I'll keep my eye out in case there's a lucky jerry can on one of these rowing boats. There's something there that's sticking above that. What is that? Is there something there, or am I imagining it? Oh, there was something, but it's not anything I want.
I had a horrible dream last night that my queen was put in an egg slicer. So thanks for that.
I had a dream last night that I put my pin in an egg slicer. Holy shit. I don't know where you got that thought from, dude, but it sounds horrific. So, RR Crypt, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Lane, thank you for the bits. Freaky, Rab, Pink Fluffy, Fugazi, thank you very much as well. And Camberwell, cheers for the support, dude. Yeah. Penis caught in egg slicer does not sound like a good thing, does it? Does anyone know any good lightly modded community servers for Xbox? Well, there isn't modding on Xbox, but I'm being a bit pedantic there. There are servers that change the server a little bit. The only one I know is Karma Crew, dude. I've never played it, but Karma Crew is a decent PC server, and they run console servers, so you could try those. Fucking hell, there's two boats along here. Hopefully one of them's got a bit more server. What's my opinion on Glenfarclas? It's really, really good. They're quite a small distillery. Really, really, really good. Speyside, properly good quality. I think the 15 is remarkably good for the money. And it's not crazy expensive as well. So in the past, you used to be able to get, not so much now, but used to be get like 21 or 25 for not stupid money. But the 15 is really good. Glenfarclas 15 is crazy good for not crazy money. If you compare something like, say, Macallan to Glenfarclas, I know Macallan's an expensive one. But you can get so much more if you get a good quality Glenfarclas than even in like a standard Macallan. I haven't even checked how much fuel it's got. Yellow, that's pretty good. Not going to bother checking the other one, we're just going to keep the yellow one and have it away. Haven't seen you in the events in a while. Is it scheduling or not interested? There hasn't been that many events, Bad Dog, but the only events that I possibly could have gone in lately are Ariana events, and I always miss the tweets, so I've seen that she's playing another event coming up soon, but it's a ladies only event, so I can't go in that one. But the events that have been on, the last event Ariana did, I tried to get in it and I ended up being a reserve, but I was like 8th reserve, and then it transpired that was the weekend where I was moving out and moving into this house, so I couldn't even be a reserve in the end, you know, so I try to go in the events where I can, but a lot of the events are first come, first served, and if I just don't know they're there, I don't get in them in time. Glenfarclas is what you got your dad for his 70th. Well, very nice. That's not a bad one. It really is pretty good. Actually, kind of wouldn't mind getting one at some point again. I haven't had Glenfarclas in a while, but it is really good. I went to Edinburgh a number of years ago and I did a couple of flights of whiskey, and they were all kind of fairly normal priced ones, you know, like the sort of thing that you'd buy in a supermarket for 35 to 45 pounds or in a shop, right? And the very best of the 10 different whiskies I tried, not all on the same day, was Glenfarclas 15. I really liked it. Have I ever had any whiskey from Arran? What are some of the whiskies from Arran? I'm not very good at remembering where they all come from, least, so I can't tell you for definite. Arran, oh, isn't there an Arran 14? It's a distillery. Yeah, I was thinking it was a region. It's not at all, is it? I don't think I have. It's a, yeah, sorry, I was getting, like, I was thinking Arran was a region, like Islay on the space side. I'm not sure if I have. Yeah, I haven't. I've never had any of those. Nope, none. I might have had Arran 14. It's kind of ringing a bell. Do you play other games off stream? I don't play off stream hardly at all nowadays, Berenstein. No, I get asked that question a lot actually, but I stream 5 days a week and I play DayZ's my favourite game. I've always been a bit of a one game kind of dude, you know. Like when I used to play Call of Duty, I played Call of Duty. Nothing else was really quite good. I only enjoyed that. I've always been a bit like that, but I don't need to, dude. I'm in this office streaming 5 days a week. I'm also in here to sort out YouTube and do admin and banking and emails and whatever else. And when I'm not streaming, I want to be out of this office, you know. I want to go and chill out on the sofa or go outside, go for a walk or whatever, you know. It's something that I guess I have lost, but I don't mind because I really love streaming. It's more fun than gaming. But I don't turn to gaming as a get away from it thing because it feels like I'm not getting away from it, you know. Gara, I've just got a study in my house, yeah. Or an office, whatever. Am I ever going to go to Jeremy Clarkson's pub? Only if I'm in the area, dude. I wouldn't make a special trip or anything, but if I happen to be in the area, I might, yeah. There's another boat there. There was another boat further back to the left as well. There's fucking boats everywhere around here. Which CODs did I play? 4, 5, 6... Well, from Modern Warfare up to COD Ghosts, and it was COD Ghosts that made me want to go and start playing DayZ. Typical Hunk, thank you for the 37 months, dude. So I know this is a bit dull, but we're now on the 7 Seas looking for the life buoy. I hate that I just said that. I don't have a radiola. I was just checking. Me and the DayZ homies are travelling to Chechnya in 3 weeks. That's cool. If you go to Tissy and go there, you might find a few of the things that the guys left over that went to Tissy. Like they left a few little things like little stickers and stuff. Holyrex is so switched on. She's got these little stickers with a barcode on, like a QR code that takes you to her channel. Like, that is proper switched on. That's like how professional content creators are, isn't it? That is proper cool. I didn't even think such a thing existed because I'm too dumb for that. But she's got a QR code and a little Holyrex sticker that you can give out to fans or whatever, but then people could scan it and find your channel. Like, that's cool. I don't have shit like that. How did the missus react when you told her your job? Well, Paul, I'm single at the moment, but when I was getting with my last girlfriend, it was just as I was going full time. She was fine, though, so I say she was fine. She was fine with the concept of me being a streamer. She could see how it works. I can say that living with somebody that streams is not easy in some ways. I don't think she found it easy in some ways because I'm in the house. You know, some people might not have this or not, but if you're just chilling out watching the telly and your missus is on the phone in the other room and you can hear every word they're saying, it can kind of interrupt your flow of whatever TV program you're watching or whatever, right? I think that can happen, you know, like, it's not a big deal, but normally the phone call lasts 15 minutes or whatever and then it's over. But when you're streaming, that phone call lasts 10 hours or 8 hours or whatever, you know. And I think that was a bit of a challenge for her. But when I got with her, I was already going full time and I've been relatively successful, so it was fine, you know. It pays the bills, it got the kitchen refitted and whatever else, you know. I'm doing okay at streaming, so it's never been an issue, you know. It is a bit of a hard. It's not easy in some ways. Like, it would be better if I don't know. Maybe it's a learning for me, but if I properly soundproofed the room to make it more of a closed thing, that would probably be wise. Hi V99 Vince, hope you're well. Pavel, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube, Stu, thank you. I deal with that and it's so annoying, yeah it can. I can see why it was annoying. I did what I could, like in the where I was living with my fiance, I got air conditioning put in the room so that I could close the door and make it a bit more of a sound barrier. It's actually tremendously hard to soundproof a room. It's really quite complicated. You basically have to take the plaster off and redo the room. You have to redo the room. It's like people think soundproofing is those acoustic tiles. They're not. That won't soundproof anything. You have to take the plaster off the wall and like basically build a new wall with about 6 or 7 centimeters of sound baffling in it, and use acoustic plaster and all sorts. You have to fill in like a bit like insulation, but it's acoustic insulation that goes in between the each of the joists of the wall, and then you plaster over it with special stuff, and then it can kind of do it. What BTU is your aircon? I don't know, dude. I don't know what the BTU is. It's a proper split unit. I don't know what the BTU is. It's designed for a relatively small room because that's the room it's going in, but it's a Mitsubishi internal unit and then an outdoor unit that it feeds to it. Have you ever had issues with getting burnt out with DayZ while also feeling like you have to play it as a job? No, thankfully not. There was a very brief time when DayZ was really broken, but I streamed post-scripting for about 10 days and then they fixed the bug and I went back to DayZ again. I love DayZ, it's my favourite game, but streaming stops me getting burnt out. I've had a pretty bad day today, but I've still enjoyed the stream, you know, like the stream's been fun. But the game has actually kicked my ass, you know, I died to a really terrible bug with wolves on a really geared character, you know. I'd rather upgrade DayZ 1 than DayZ 2. I don't think that's realistic, I'm afraid, Gareth. Companies don't tend to sell you one thing and then just update it forever and ever and ever. You know, sooner or later they're going to want to sell you a new thing. You got sunburnt on a speedboat, did you, October? That sounds... Well, the sunburn doesn't sound good, but the boat sounds fun. Ray Manuel, Norb, what's not really? What's not really? You'll need to give me a bit more than that. I don't know what you mean. Well, we've not seen the Lifebuoy thing yet. I am going to watch the F1 tomorrow, North. Yeah, so I'm streaming today instead of tomorrow. I actually really should have tweeted today, shouldn't I? I might actually tweet in a minute. If the server restarts, it won't restart anytime soon. I should have tweeted because I'm not on tomorrow and I'm on today instead. It's the sort of thing that I should have told people about, really. Hillian, that's good to know. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with the 1440p thing. Just changing the bitrate and upping it that little bit makes it feel more viable because it's not hurting the people as much that... Well, it's not hurting the people that can't get 1440p. Does your whole house have AC? No, Gara, just the stream room and the main bedroom. So I in the new house where I've moved in, it's I've got a split unit put in and I had it put to the bedroom as well, which is really fucking handy. The other couple of weeks ago where it was blazingly hot, I could set the room temperature and I woke up, it was 18.5 Celsius, you know, it was beautiful. I haven't got it anywhere else, but the house doesn't get very hot. Like, opposite the door to this, my stream room is the living room. So if I leave the stream room door open and the living room door open and put this aircon unit in, it actually cools the living room anyway, so it kind of works in there if I need it to. Gorf, it's massively better. I'm only encoding 3 streams, like you say. I'm glad I went on that glitch session because I just hadn't thought of it. So when I went on that thing and gave some feedback about it, the tech guy there said, have another try, but this time set it to max 3 streams and you should find it works really well, and it has. Where am I going? I'm looking for a dynamic spawning life buoy that could be anywhere along this coast. So I'm just looking for like a little cubicle that's floating on the ocean. So where I'm going is along the coast until I see the thing that I need to see, so it could be anywhere. Any reason you chose the house rather than an apartment or condo? Yes, I live in Suffolk, dude. It's mostly houses. I guess apartments and stuff are much more likely in big cities, but I live in kind of a rural area. So yeah, I have a 4-bedroom house, which strictly speaking I don't really need. But I have 2 kids so what the kids have got a bedroom each, even though they don't live here, they come here every other week, right? So there's like 1 free bedroom and 2 kids' bedrooms, but I kind of wanted to get a detached house if possible, because I do make a lot of noise, and not being attached to another house next door is kind of handy, you know? But yeah, there's not so many, it's a lot more houses. If you're in a rural area, then you don't tend to have so many apartments, right? Why don't you live in a big city like London? Mainly because of my kids. I don't know if I'd want to live in London, to be honest. I quite like living, like, Suffolk is 60 or 70 miles from London. You can go there for the day really easily. But I'd rather live somewhere rural. I used to like fishing when I was a kid. I haven't really done much of it lately, but I just prefer being in the countryside, you know. I don't really want to live in a big city. I'd rather go to the city for the day than live there, you know. But yeah, the main reason though is my kids, you know, like my kids live 70 miles away from where I live now. If I moved to London, I'd be 120 miles away from them probably, you know. I don't want to go too far away from where they are. And also, that's absolutely true. Living in London is very expensive, you know. Like, I don't know, around parts of Suffolk, you can buy a decent house, well, for all kinds of money, but you can get a really decent house for, let's say, £400,000 or £500,000, right? You can buy a decent house for way less, but you can get a house and be detached, and it be about that money. If you're going to live in London, you don't get anything shy of £1 million, do you? You know, everything's expensive in London. You could be getting like a one-bedroom apartment and it could be more than £1 million, never mind a house. What's a good place to visit as a tourist in the UK? Obviously London is pretty obvious. Edinburgh is a really lovely city in Scotland. One of my favourite cities is York, which is in the north of England. York is a really cool old city with a lot of history. It's a walled city, so there's like old city walls. York is lovely. So York is it's not really off the beaten track, but it's not as famous. New York is obviously named after York, right? So New York, the city, is named after York in England. York is a really lovely city to visit, and then there's other places like countryside type places like the Lake District or the Cotswolds. Possibly, I would personally go somewhere like North Wales around Snowdonia. Sutton Hoo? I've never been to Sutton Hoo. I saw the film with Ralph Fiennes that I think was about Sutton Hoo, wasn't it? I can't remember much about it. Southwold is lovely. I don't think, if I was coming from another country, I don't think I'd necessarily say it's worth it, but Southwold is lovely. Yeah, I like Southwold. Yeah, T-Bird, even sort of villages and stuff have running water. We don't have to use well water. I'm sure maybe some really off the beaten track places are a bit more like that, but even small villages have running like mains water. I haven't let slip the price of my house whack. No chance. How much shingle was used for the mile-long driveway? It's all brickwork, dude. How much gas does this boat have? Well, it's yellow, which means it's got quite a lot. So we're going past Electro now. Still not seen the fucking lifebuoy. It's going to be up near bastard Solnichi or something, isn't it? I'm going to London to watch the Gunners play. Very cool, Voodoo. Well, if they're not playing Liverpool, I hope you get the result. I really enjoy this bit of the stream where I'm endlessly going around on a boat explaining what quest I'm doing, despite the fact that I've made about 8 videos doing this fucking quest. Sorry for the little rant. I'm looking for a key card that only spawns on the water. You may have seen me do this quest on YouTube a few times. Probably not. Sorry, Brosa. Yeah, key card. We're going to get a key card. What do you know about the Breitling watch? Any opinion? Breitling make good watches, dude. A couple of things. They're famous for the Navitimer and they're famous for their chronographs. So if you're going to get a Breitling, try and get a Navitimer. As in a traditional Navitimer, like the 43 or the 41 if you want a smaller one. They're not cheap though, they're expensive, but they're most their most famous watch is the Navitimer by a long way. And they are best. Their best movement is a chronograph movement as well. It was designed by the same person that made the movement that's in the Rolex Daytona. It's a really good chronograph movement, so that's their best movement as well. One word of warning though, Breitling are amazing. Just don't buy it from a retailer at full price, but you might as well buy a 10-month-old one that's in as new condition, because you'll save 30 or 40% of the price, you know. So there's no need to buy a brand new one. Buy one that's a year old and you'll get a much better deal.
The ultra rare Saturday stream, what a treat for my anniversary.
G-Wills, thanks for the 30 months, dude. Cheers for the support, thank you. The only thing with the Navitimer is you can't really go swimming in them, so if you want to wear it every day and you want to wear it like swimming and stuff, maybe it's not the best choice. There are some dive watches they do that are pretty good too. Navitimer's not got a GPS one. They do have one that's got a... they have one, it's called a Breitling Emergency, I think, and if you, it has a little thing on it. If you pull it, it will send emergency services to you wherever you are in the world. But if you pull it and it's a false alarm, it costs you like something crazy, like 20 grand. Because if you pull it and they come and you didn't need it, you have to pay. I like second copy Rolex. I don't know what that even means. No worries, Selenian. It's all good. Still no life buoy. It should do, Beans. I think they're rated to quite... they're COSC certified, I'm pretty sure, Navitimers. It should be pretty much as accurate as a sub. Yeah, they do, euphoric. Yeah, smartwatches are available. Knock off Rolex. I don't really see the point personally myself, DVS, but live and let live. Paul, opinion on watch subreddits slowly turning into people using their watch as an excuse to show off their wives or girlfriends. I've noticed that a little bit on Instagram. There seems to be some watch creators, like they're men that have Instagram accounts, but they've started taking their wristwatch shot with their missus's cleavage in the background to try and get more views. It's I don't know. I don't actually go to any subreddits for watch stuff, dude. I really don't. So I don't have an opinion. I have seen on Instagram a couple of people I follow, one at least, has started taking a picture with his missus's boobs in the background to try and get a few more views. I think that's a bit desperate. Oh shit! Well spotted, Sholo. I'm not even looking. I've been too busy reading the chat. Well spotted, dude. Yeah, well done. I'm not really looking around. I'm reading the chat and thinking it's nowhere near, so I'm not paying any attention. GG, dude. Chills, that's cool. I don't think I can do sea fishing. I did sea fishing in Gran Canaria and I was violently sick. I know I can get sea fishing tablets, but I'm going to... Oh god, it's a bit close to that oil rig, isn't it? I'm going down to Cornwall, but I'm taking my mum and the 2 kids, and where I'm staying there are fishing lakes, so I can get up early, do a few hours of fishing, and then we can go out for the day. You know, I can't go sea fishing and then I'm the one with the car and I leave my mum and the kids stuck in the place on their own, you know. Yeah, well spotted, Sholo, dude. I feel like it might have been looted because it's so close to that big. That's the one that spawns the good loot. We found an M4 and an Orgay X there the other day. I'm not sure I want to go to the oil rig afterwards because it's so busy. I'll scope it from here, see if there's a boat. Oh, fuck. I did fear that might be the case. It's already been taken. Yeah, unfortunately it's already been taken, so there's no key card. I might just have another check just to make sure I've not missed it, but I don't think I have.
24 location. Sorry, I didn't copy anything.
There ain't no key card.
24 location.
Because it's so close to that oil rig, I did wonder if it might have been taken. I don't see a boat over there. I don't know if we're close enough for the boats to spawn in or not. Hopefully we are. I guess we'll go over there. There is good loot over there. We found quite a lot of good shit the other day. It's a bit annoying that when you when the quest card has already been taken, you're a bit stuck because there really isn't much you can do. You've just got to wait for the next one to spawn in. And I presume it's like helicopter crash sites where it moves every half an hour or so, but I don't know how long it is. But because we're on the corner here, that without a radio, if it did move, we would be a bit stuck too. It could move where we've just come from. Happy anniversary, G-Will. Sorry I didn't quite get there very quickly there, but yeah, congrats on the anniversary, dude. Cheers for the 30 months. It's not gas here, though. You can loot it. It's 30 minutes respawn, is it? Well, it must be due a respawn fairly soon, I guess, because it's already been looted. I think it would be cool if there was a ladder up. Maybe there is. There might be a ladder up on the back side that I don't know about, but it would be cool if there was two ways to get onto this. There probably is. I haven't checked. There actually is, look.
Hey.
Well, Reed, dude, hello. Thank you very much for the resub, dude. Just want to try and get the boat right by the ladder so it just sits there when I'm gone. Oh, fuck's sake. I think that's pretty anchored pretty well, isn't it? I should have really looked for this already. It's kind of cool that there is another way up. Cheers, well Reed. Thank you very much. Hopefully we're far enough away from that so that it will respawn. Let me just sat in my seat. I wasn't sitting in my seat properly because I was just fucking around on a boat. Now I guess I ought to be ready to play the game. That's pretty good. Spectroscope. Most of the best loot is up above. But we might as well loot this while we're here. What is that? Crap. Do I have ACP? Even if I do I need ACP? Not really. I think we're going to go... Let's just go up the ramp. This is all dog shit. The good loot last time was up that ramp there, up there. There's the briefcase. I can't open it at the moment. Foul mag? I haven't got a science guy key, so I can't open the briefcase. Oh, there is a boat here. Oh, shit. That's a worry. So there could be somebody here. I did check for that, didn't I? But it wasn't rendering from the distance I was away. I'm a bit worried now. The doors being closed and things makes me feel like no one's been up here in a while. I was finding loot here before, but I think it was all drop loot. I don't think it was spawned in. Someone has been here. They certainly like closing the doors, don't they? FNX? I do have an FNX mag. I don't think I can be fucked. Nothing much. Nothing much. Door open then. Last time I came here there was M4s and there was an M4 and an AUG AX, and I think we found a VSS as well. Today seems to be not the day. And there's plenty more to loot yet, but there's a DMR mag that I missed. I am off tomorrow, Go. Yeah, I should really have tweeted that I'm live today and not tomorrow. I've been talking about it a bit on stream, but yeah, I should have tweeted. Is this oil rig on vanilla Chernarus? No, there's no oil rigs on vanilla Chernarus. It's actually something that's missing. Someone asked me earlier, what would you like to see in the game? And not necessarily this. I want to see exactly this because it's already in this server. But there's definitely the case that the ocean is underused on Chernarus because on official there are boats, but there's not really any reason to use them, is there? You know, like boats don't really do anything. So it would be cool if the devs made more use of the ocean on Chernarus, and something similar to this. Maybe doing some other shit too. You're moving the gas zones so that they're off out to sea. Would be cool. Goes on an AK or an SVD. Can use them to speed run west. How do you go west on Chernarus? I guess if you're on the south coast, you mean. So if you find one in Electro, you can use a boat to get over towards, I don't know, Kamenka and then the southwest base. I guess that's what you mean, isn't it? Speed run to the southwest, yeah. There's some good looting to do along that route, though. You're missing out on some good places to find sniper rifles and the like. But I guess you can use them to go from Electro or Cherno further west quicker, yeah. Been a bit shit so far. These don't spawn guns, I don't think. It's mostly NBC shit, which we don't need. I think you can get the briefcase key here, actually. If we found a briefcase key, then we could open that briefcase downstairs. That's good. But clearly someone's been here, but not sure when. I'm going to get more of those shells in a minute. That's really handy. I'm not going to take the Vega. I'm just going to use the shotgun shells in my R12. Clearly doesn't pay attention to YouTube chat. I do, dude. That's bullshit. I've been reading YouTube chat all day, so up your bum. Cheers, Strategic Games, dude. Thanks for coming in. I just haven't read your message, Mr. Precious, but I have been reading messages, rest assured. There was an org. Where's the org? Oh, there's an MP5. I've seen a couple of MP5s. I ain't seen no org. Do you use the default Q and E to peek? No, I have it on my mouse. I have an MMO mouse. Where was the org then? That's what I'm saying. There was an org. Where was the org? First ramp on the right. I think there was an MP5. First ramp on the right. I don't know where. You don't mean here, do you? You mean a ramp that led me up to here? The org was on the right when you got to the top of the ramp. I think there was an MP5 on the ground. I don't think there was an org. But if there is, I'll be very happy. This ramp? Or a different ramp? So maybe that ramp. Let's go and have a look. I did find an Org AX up here, so yeah, maybe. Oh God, well spotted. Holy shit, it is an Org AX. It's the good org. That is crazy, well spotted. Yeah, GG to the org spotters. I hadn't seen it in the slightest. It's because I'm too busy not reading the YouTube chat until they tell me there's an org here, and then I read the YouTube chat. Well, that's kind of cool. It's damaged, but we can use it effectively like the Pioneer. I'll put the spectroscope on it. I should really put the spectroscope on the Pioneer, to be honest. But we'll put the spectroscope on it, and I'll just use it semi-auto, and I'll use it a bit like a sniper rifle for now. Keep the R12 for closer range, sniper rifle for longer range. Job's a good one. The Aug's great. It's such a good gun. It's a really good gun to find. It didn't do me well the other day. I got one here and I had 10 bullets in it, and I was trying to shoot. Shot a dude at quite close range, didn't knock him unconscious, and then they killed me, the fucker. But that's good. The Pillad would work on the Aug AX, but this is better. It's more zoom than the Pillad. So this is much better as an all-round scope. You can kind of use it iron-sighted, closer still. Pillad is one of my favourite scopes in the game. I'd love them to add the Pillad to vanilla. Yeah, like I was just saying, Gabe, there's no point keeping the other scope because this scope on the Aug is better. And if I were to find a Tundra or something, it fits on it anyway, so if I found a Tundra, I'd use this. Oh, it was worth coming. This place is usually fairly regularly visited by dudes, so I'm always just keeping an eye out. Yeah, a Spectre is the scope. I don't know what I called it. Yeah, but I meant the Spectre. The Spectre scope's cool. I never check the top of these. And you can see why. What map is this? Chernarus. It's in the title of the stream. It should be. But it's modded Chernarus, so this isn't in vanilla. Just going to go over the other side and see if the life buoy has moved or not. Did the stream just crash for anyone else? Hopefully not. Not a doctor. It should be. Oh god, it's still there. Oh shit, there's a boat going to it. There's a boat coming away from it. Come and deliver me the loot, baby. I need to wait till he gets on to see which way he goes. It's one player. He looks rather cash. Is he going to get the stairs? Fuck! He saw the boat and fucked off. Fucker. I think I knocked him uncon. I think I knocked him uncon and sank the boat. I can't loot him, unfortunately. He just slumped Uncon, but I also shot the boat as well. I was aiming for the boat, and a couple of them I aimed at him. Mostly I aimed at the boat. Oh, I was hoping to sink him and then go over with the boat and get him, but what is that there? The book. I think he's gone down with the ship. Oh, like a true captain. So I don't think the dude had seen me, but he'd seen the boat on the ramp and thought, fuck this, I'm off. Oh, that sucks. I'm pretty sure the dude had slumped over. I think I'd hit him. I just realised, but I stopped firing. I realised... Oh, no, it's the boat. Sorry, it's the book. I thought it was him. I'd realised he was slumped over, and then the boat started sinking as well. It was a bit of a pain. I'd clearly hit him and also sank the boat. Doesn't the body float? No, if you sink while you're still in the driver's seat, for want of a better word, you go down with the ship, unfortunately. You don't... So if you're in the like piloting it, if you like, and you go down with the boat, that's it. You're at the bottom. He's down at Davy Jones' locker now. Unfortunately, even if he was floating, you wouldn't be able to loot him. It's a bit of a pain in the arse, that, but you can't loot the floaters. They all float down here. There's something really satisfying about killing someone that's on a boat. It's a bit cruel, but it's really satisfying. Yeah, he's sleeping with the fishes, yeah. Well, it looks like we're not doing the quest today then, but I'm just gonna have to go somewhere, try and get some 556. I guess we're gonna go to the southwest corner where I got the boat from. It's gonna take us a while. Have you played Deadfall recently? I haven't, dude, no. Metal, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for the support. Freund, thank you as well. Cheers for the 22 months, dude. The Running Man, more like the Evil Man. Why was that evil? It's not evil to shoot at pixels in a video game, dude. Don't worry. It's not the same as like shooting at, I don't know, cats or something. I do think it might be kind of fun. Have I got the patience for that? I don't know if I have. Like, I was just thinking I could go on there, sink my boat, and then hide and wait for someone to show up. But it could take ages, and if the server were to restart, I'd be stuck in the ocean because this thing wouldn't move. Like, if I got on that and sank my own boat and then just waited, it'd be fucking hilarious. It starts with shooting pixels, does it, Ron Jambo? I guess you'd qualified to know. Did you once go ham in some rural hick town after the sheriff kind of annoyed you a little bit? Cue the Pirates of the Caribbean music. I'd like to do an impression of it, but I fear I cannot do it. Yeah, that dude probably is annoyed. Oh, Sequels, was that you? I did see your message. There was no keycard in the life buoy. No, I already checked it. There was not one there. Hello, sorry. Yeah, it was me that shot you. Had you... were you dead before the boat sank, Sequels? It looked like I was trying to sink the boat, so I was aiming for the boat, but I was also I took a couple of shots slightly higher to try and get you. But had I killed you before the boat sank? Hi Springer, how you doing? Sure did, mate. I also shot pixels at first. Oh, bollocks. You were dead before the boat sank? Oh, shit. I didn't notice you were dead quick enough, and I was shooting the boat as well. We definitely can't Maddest of Hatters, no. How come the Saturday stream? I'm off tomorrow, Liquid. I'm taking my mum... This is an exciting morning. I'm taking my mum to look at fridge freezers. She needs to go and see them in the metal, even though the stores don't really keep many in stock. But she wants to go and look at fridge freezers. So I've got to drive her to Colchester probably, I think, or maybe Ipswich. I don't know. Probably Colchester. And then I'm going to watch the Formula 1. Did you know that if you eat 2 heads of lettuce every day, you'll never have to drink water again? Why? Do I know any good sea shanties? No. I wish I did, though. I could get all famous and sell a load of sea shanty songs like that man that did the... There once there's a thing with the thing, and the song did the thing, and the thing, Billy of Tea. That's how he went. I feel like I'd rather drink water than have 2 heads of lettuce, to be honest. I feel like drinking water is nice. Lettuce is okay in certain circumstances, but sitting and eating like a whole lettuce... Ugh. I have indeed bottom sneeze, yeah. Yeah, I'm watching the Women's Euro final as well, Physio, but the Grand Prix is on in the afternoon, so I'll do the Grand Prix in the afternoon, Euro final in the evening. Hoping England win it. They've been kind of lucky to get through to the final. It's gone their way, but hopefully they can do it. The Irish Rover, yeah, that's a good song. I never even thought of that as a sea shanty, to be honest. I just thought it was like an Irish folk song. Irish folk song. It's 5 PM kickoff, is it? I'm surprised. I'm sure the Formula 1 will be done by then, though, so I can like back to back them. That'd be great. John, no, there's no drama about it. Yeah, the dude I killed is in the chat on Twitch. There's no way he's a stream sniper though, because we saw him leaving the lifebuoy having just checked it for the card. You know, if the dude was watching the stream, he wouldn't have been checking the lifebuoy for the card, would he? You're almost out of fuel. I've got loads, Joe. I'm nowhere near out of fuel. That when the symbol's yellow like that, you've got loads. It goes orange and you can still pretty much go around the map. Is Colchester anywhere near Canvey Island? It's not a million miles away. Yeah, they're pretty close. I've never been to Canvey Island, but they're both in Essex. YouTube vid this week. Well, if there was a vid, it would be out today, Jacob. There'll be a vid next Saturday. I've sent Finn the footage, but there's no video today. How did they know I killed them? I guess they came, like, died in the game, left the game, came and watched the stream and realised I was on the oil rig and put 2 and 2 together and made 4. It does happen. Sometimes when people die in DayZ, they're a bit salty about it and they leave the game and go and watch a stream instead, you know, it's quite common. My favourite bar in San Diego is the Turf Supper Club. They serve raw steaks you cook on a grill in the middle of the bar. Ah. But can they not cook the steak for me so it's nice and I don't have to do it? Most kills in one life. It might. There's a 2-part video on Essica where I have a random team up. So I'm playing with 2 randoms and they keep dying and I don't. And I ended up getting like 28 kills or something like that. I think there's 25 or 26 in the video, but we didn't even put all the kills in the video. Hi TMP, hope you're good. Got caught out by the Tissy ladder mine. Oh, the sandbag compound ladder. That sucks. There's a thing that they do at Steak & Co in London where you can order a really big kind of sharing steak and it comes on a sizzling platter, and the idea is that you're meant to cut it up and have it amongst a few people, or you can have, if you really want a big steak, you can have it yourself, but it comes on a platter and it's sizzling, and that's intentional, but it spits at you, so they put it on your table, and they're quite, if you're on a table of 2, they're quite small. And they put this steak down and then it just spits hot fat at you. It's such a bad idea. Like, I don't know why anybody... Like, you're out and you're going out close, you're having lunch and then you're going to a show or something afterwards, and you're getting fucking, like, fat facials, you know? Who the fuck wants that? So I know the boat ride is a bit annoying, but it is saving us time right now. I'm going to try and get us around to the west,
TRMZ
the West Lily base. I quite fancy actually just trying to have a life with the Org AX. I think that would be cool if we can get some more bullets and get a weapon cleaning kit. I think we'll just have a life using that. Usually you got to pay extra for this battle. Yeah. Approximate weight of the average shop-bought head of lettuce is 5 to 800 grams. So even if the lettuce was entirely water, that would be around 1 to 1.6 kilos of water, i.e. 1 to 1.6 litres, which is less than the recommended intake of water, just an FYI. Paradigm, yeah, I think that makes sense. I would imagine that actually getting the water from it takes a little bit out of you as well. I think, just as a just in case anyone was thinking of going on the 2 lettuce a day diet, like no food, no water, just 2 lettuces, right? I don't think it is enough water. But I don't think anyone should start trying to live some kind of cow grazing lifestyle where they just live off 2 lettuces a day. Who wants a fat facial? What an offer, TRMZ. Well, I'm trying to get thinner, but I'm capable right now. Yeah, I think you probably make some sense. Two lettuce a day. Maybe it would be kind of a backup. If you're ever stuck on like a desert island and there's no water but there's lots of lettuce somehow. I don't know, like maybe Robinson Crusoe stayed there and just planted lettuces and has died of old age. Like, maybe you can survive on this deserted island by eating lettuces, but I wouldn't do it by choice otherwise. Kevin Smith lost weight by only eating potatoes. In what form? How did he have like butter with them or anything? Like, did he just have like boiled potatoes? No butter or salt? Fuck that. I think no. There must be a better choice than that. I think even sweet potatoes would be better. At least they taste of something. I would not dislike me some gamma enhancement. You've already got it, dude. It's just very dark. Yeah, I do wonder why people do stuff like that. Like you've just said, Robopop, and Acid Freak are saying the same. Like, if he ate 1,200 calories of potatoes, he could have eaten 1,200 calories of anything else and still lost the same amount of weight. I don't get it. I don't get why people do that. I guess it's because if it works and he can stick to it, who cares, you know? But he could have had some chicken breast, he could have had some vegetables and stuff, and just maybe had a more balanced diet and still had the same amount of calories. Christian Bale lost too much weight for the machinist. Supposedly he ate only an apple and a can of tuna every day. That sounds desperate. I'd rather have the potatoes. Who was that beautiful woman waving to us from the shore? Emily Blunt. Can't get rid of it. Taters don't sound too bad. No, taters sound alright if it's tuna and apple. Sorry, King, you got done for all capitals there by the bot. The bot did you? Not one of the mods. The bot did it, okay? But dude, type it in small letters and I'll be able to read it. Freshie, yeah, it's tricky. It's not tricky. Here's the no gamma. This is what I'm seeing. I really can't see much actually. Is it there yet? Yeah, there you go. This is no gamma. I'm basically just boating into the void. But the land is there and I know I need to go this way, so it's fine. It's gone prone. Where's that green? Oh, that. I think he's dead. He's scared. I'm lucky it was a white boat. I could barely see it. I think the first shot hit him in the head, but for some reason he stood up afterwards. I hope he doesn't wake up. I've hit him 3 times. One was a headshot. He has to be dead. I do worry that he might have a buddy that was driving. Oh no. fuck is going on? He's got another gun in his hand, like a Vicky or something. I can't get the Vicar, unfortunately. There was method in that madness. I don't really need the fuel out of this one. But if his buddy comes in, there's no way his buddy's going to be in the boat now, is why I did it. I would like that. He hasn't got any bullets. I had another boat. How many spaces has that bag got? This bag has got 49, that's got 49, so it's not worth it. Oh, I seem to be mega bugged now. I can't drop this. This is weird. Your rug is jammed. Well, yeah. Oh, there we go. It is jammed. So he didn't actually have a helmet on, so the first shot would have killed him. I don't know why maybe he just started to stand up as I fired, because he'd kind of got a little bit higher. I wonder if he was just standing up and it just started the animation as I fired. I think that dude had stopped because it was so dark and was waiting for it to get light, basically. That's good though, we've got a sniper rifle. I just need to I need to find some bullets for it. I can use the spectroscope that's on the AUG and drop the R12. But I just need to find some bullets. Right, there we go. Let's get going. It's kind of cool, he's just going to be sitting there floating now. I think it's a Vicar, I can't really tell. It's too dark. Oh, in reverse. Are you coming with me, mate? You can come if you want. I'm spinning him. Oh, please come with me. Oh, he's coming with! Yeah, come on. We've got a Klingon. Oh! Suffering succotash. I could have beached the car, cut him up and got the other gun. Maybe. It was nice. He was like our new Wilson. Streamerty, cheers for the 29 months. Cool Rafo, thank you for the 6 months. Angus, thank you. Metal, thank you as well. Metal Mavio. See, look, boats aren't just boring. You can get random, really cool things happening. Some cool shit. So we've got to go past. We could try to get some more 556 at Prison Island, but I think I'm going to go past. Cheers, streamer to dude. Thank you for the 29 months. Orange fuel, yeah, it only went orange recently. There's enough fuel to get me where I need to go. You're fine. Felt a little bit like the end of the Titanic there, and that was DiCaprio and I was Winslet. No, Jack, there's no space on this four-seater dinghy. You'll have to stay on the side and drown, Jack. There isn't any space. There's no space for you, Jack. Fuck off and die. Do you have a favourite comedian? I quite like the ones that aren't so much one-liners. I do quite like Stuart Lee. Stuart Lee's very cool stand-up. He's a very acquired taste, though. He's not for everyone. I like Stuart Lee. I like a lot now. I've seen quite a lot of comedians over the years. I tend to like the ones that don't just do one-liner after one-liner. I'm not sure. I've never really thought about it. I did really like Sean Locke as well. I saw Sean Locke live. He was very good. Mirthman, you're trying to do the Deer Isle quest. Well, good luck. Hope it goes well. Big Kev, I killed 2 people while I've been on the sea. I'm more of a... I feel like I'm more like the pirate mans now. I seem to get more kills on the boats than I do on the land. Arr. What about Noel Fielding? I cannot fucking stand him. I don't think he's funny. He just tries to say random things. He's good at thinking of random things from his imagination that aren't funny, but they're a little bit incongruous to whatever he's talking about. I don't like Noel Fielding. That character Richmond in the IT crowd was utterly pointless. sorry if you're watching, Noel. I'm sure you're a huge fan of my second-rate DayZ stream, but no, he's not funny. He's fucking terrible.
Thanks for the 50 months of entertainment. TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Get a Poseidon, dude. Thank you for the 50 months. Cheers, dude. Thank you very much. Stu D, thank you for the follow on the YouTube as well. I didn't mind the Mighty Boosh, M-Cats. I didn't mind the Mighty Boosh, which I know he's in. I just don't like... We were talking about stand-up comedians. Like, there is a difference, you know. Ricky Gervais is okay stand-up, but I prefer a lot of his series than his actual stand-up. I don't find his stand-up amazing. Some of it's pretty good. But nonetheless, I prefer some of the TV shows over his stand-up, and I definitely prefer the Mighty Boosh over watching Noel Fielding in anything ever. I was alright with the Mighty Boosh though. It was kind of weird and wonderful.
Seems a lot longer with the YouTube content. Okay, love you, bye.
Bjorn, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the 8 months. Get up aside and thank you for the 50. Yeah, I never seen Billy Connolly live, but he is... A lot of comedians kind of see Billy Connolly as the GOAT. He was good. Dylan. Miles Jupp's okay. I've never seen him stand up, but he's alright. He's quite witty. He's pretty good on some of the panel shows and stuff. I don't watch the panel shows anymore. It's kind of weird. I don't watch 8 out of 10 Cats or 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown. I don't watch, I don't know, like Have I Got News For You or whatever. I used to religiously watch those without fail. I just don't really watch much telly anymore. If I'm watching telly, it's normally for sport. I had the cricket on briefly earlier, just while I was having lunch, and then England got all out for a really quite high score. If I put the telly on, it's either for the news or for the sports news or for sport. I watched a little bit of Luke Littler playing last night against, can't remember his actual name, but Goldfinger is his nickname. I'm more likely to be watching sport. Now, obviously now I'm living on my own. If I put the telly on, it's usually for sport. Or Netflix or Amazon or whatever, you know, where I'm choosing a film or whatever, Disney. But if I'm watching regular telly on a channel, it's pretty much sport. Or sports news. Andrew Gilden, yeah. Quite a close game in the end. It got quite close at the end. It isn't the same without Sean Locke, no. As in 8 out of 10 Cats isn't. Like, when the team captains changed on the other side from Northern, not quite Peter Kay, and I can't remember his name, but he's a nice man, kind of funny, to John Richardson, it didn't really make any difference, positive or negative, to the show. They're both quite funny, but Sean Locke on the other side was the one. You don't really realise how important he was to the show. Obviously, Jimmy Carr is important to the show, but I think Sean Locke was really what made that show funny. Jason Manford. Yeah, Jason Manford's okay. He's quite a likeable dude. He used to be on the radio. I don't know if he still is. Absolute, I think. But he was alright. When I went to see it filmed and he was on it. And he was quite good. They were all pretty good. But Sean Locke was the one that kind of sewed it all together, if you like. I haven't seen Buzzcocks for ages. I didn't like Simon Amstel. I don't know if he still does it or not. When Mark Lamar stopped hosting in it, it became Simon Amstel. I didn't like it at all. What is that solid stuff you're standing on? It's like not water. I think it's called not water. Shooting Star's still the best panel show. I have a massive soft spot for Vic and Bob, but Shooting Stars lost its way. It was only funny for a couple of seasons. I don't think even they wanted to do it. From what I've seen a little bit of Bob Mortimer talking about it, and the BBC only agreed to let them do their own TV comedy show. They did a series called Bang Bang, It's Reeves and Mortimer, which was more like their old sketch show type stuff. But the BBC would only let them do that if they would agree to do 2 or 3 more seasons of Shooting Stars. And Shooting Stars was brilliant in the early seasons, but it kind of tailed off. I think they weren't into it the same, and they were just doing it because they had to. I really loved Reeves and Mortimer. They were my favourite comedians at the time. I had this old VHS of them doing, like, it was only a couple of seasons of the smell of Reeves and Mortimer. So they used to be on Channel 4, and then they switched to the BBC years ago. And I found the smell of Reeves and Mortimer absolutely fucking hilarious. It was utter nonsense, but I thought it was brilliant. Greg Davies does Never Mind the Bus Cops. He's okay. I should think he'd be alright. I don't even know what channel is it on. Is it on Dave or something? It's not on the regular telly anymore, is it? It used to be BBC, didn't it? BBC Two. Yeah, Would I Lie to You is quite a good show with the three of them, David Mitchell, Lee Mack and Rob Brydon. They quite work well together, but again, I never see that. I never see it. I do watch the fishing show with Paul Whitehouse, Banana Biscuit. I like that a lot. It's one of my favourite actual TV shows. I'm not as old as those guys, I hasten to add, but The Fast Show and Vic and Bob were two of my absolute late teen, early 20s favourites, you know, like they were my favourite TV shows, or the favourite things. I loved The Fast Show when it came out. I think I just started my first full-time job when The Fast Show came out. And we used to go in, like, after it had been on the Friday night, we'd go into work the next day or going to work on the next Monday or whatever, and be all recounting the things and making the sounds and doing the Bob Fleming or whatever, you know. I loved that show at the time. Probably terrible now, but I really loved it back then. And Vic and Bob likewise. So, obviously, I like fishing, coarse fishing, like the type they do mostly. So that show is great. I really like it. It's kind of right up my street. It's like watching two comedians just talk nonsense and try to catch fish. It's actually surprisingly good. Oh, Ray Mears with his knacker hanging out. Kit, yeah. They were good when they did a little bit of a take-off of celebrities. Some of my favourites on that video I just mentioned, the series, they did some interviews where in one of them, someone said Rick Mail. In one of them, Bob pretended to be Lovejoy and was interviewed by just an interviewer by Vic Reeves. There's another VS89 there. And it was just hilarious. And then they did another one where Bob was Burt Reynolds and was being interviewed as well. So it was just like an interview with Burt Reynolds, but it was them playing each other, you know. Like, it was just fucking beautiful. The one where he was being Lovejoy, Bob Mortimer, he was giving answers to questions, and it's like he didn't know what he was going to say. It's just like he was making it up ad-libbing, because he was kind of laughing at himself, just the random shit that was coming out of his mouth, you know, like... It's so stupid though. Probably wouldn't enjoy it so much now, but I fucking loved it back then. Oh god. Oh, I don't need this. Oh yeah, I don't need to do that. It's so easy to forget that this isn't the pump shotgun. I do that far too often. Whiteman, whichever it is. Try not to do the maths, okay? Maybe my recollection of how old I was when I was watching it was just slightly wrong is all, you know? My memory is faded at times. Yeah, he did. I remember him saying, about his Matchbox motorway and firing Johnny 7 and Stretch Armstrong's getting stuck in the tree and all. It's all random shit, but he was making himself laugh with it because he didn't really know what he was going to say as he was saying it, you know. Someone's been here while it was night time and dropped their chem light. Was I a fan of Top Gear? Yes and no. In places, yes. In places, no. I thought it was shit. I liked the ones where they went on adventures, but not where they felt really staged. Later Top Gear felt too staged. Norm Macdonald, I see clips of Norm Macdonald, and he seems like a hilarious dude, but he didn't really seem to be on the telly over here very much. I know he's massive, he was massive in America, but he doesn't seem to have cared much for trying to be over here, and why should he? But he was not. We don't get Saturday Night Live over here, obviously. It's not a thing. No. Any time I've ever seen Saturday Night Live, it never seems to actually be very funny. I'm sure it is at places, but it never seems to be that funny. Like, they seem to start breaking out into a comedy song, but it's not a comedy song. They actually just try to do the song like the original, and I don't.
14 popcorn TRMZ.
But when you
live.
see Norm trying, he seems hilarious. Like the little clips you see. Usually he's just trying to make the person that's interviewing piss themselves or something. You know, he did seem like a genuinely funny dude. Oh, we don't need to go to that house. Let's just go up here. I know there was a scope in the Hunter Stand 1.5, but it was a Pillad scope, so I don't need that. I already dropped one of those. How did we get the AUG and the VS98? I got the AUG from the oil rig that spawns good loot on this map. It's a modded map. And then I used the AUG to snipe someone in the dark who had the SV. Unfortunately with no bullets. No, that's the wrong one. Just drop the one that you can't shoot. Have I seen the young ones? I've not seen every episode, but I've seen some of it on, like, it was before my time. I quite like the young ones. I've seen I've probably seen pretty much every episode over the years, like on, say, UK Gold or whatever. But the young ones wasn't my generation, if you like. I like Bottom, which was Rick Mail and Aid Edmondson afterwards. I was going to school when Bottom was on, and like I just described about the Fast Show, Bottom was very much like that. Bottom would be on a Friday night, and then you'd be going to school on the Monday morning and like recreating moments or like talking about it. I loved Bottom. More so than the young ones. The young ones was fine, but it was just a bit before my time, whereas Bottom was right bang there. It was great. What do I think about Soboslo's shot? I have not seen it, Matty. I was streaming, so I didn't watch. I've got to be honest. I am a Liverpool fan, but I couldn't give two shits about watching friendlies. I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't watch Liverpool playing a friendly pre-season. Maybe that doesn't make me a real fan, but friendlies are absolute pointless dead rubbers, you know. It's good to get the players fit, and I'll have a quick read up about how things go, but I don't want to watch it, you know. I don't give a fuck. Hello, Mr. Gasman. That's the second episode, the Gasman. The stage shows were hilarious. You can see quite a lot of them online. You can see quite a lot of the stage shows on YouTube. They released a few DVDs or VHS tapes of the stage shows, but they used to just have fun with the audience as well and get things wrong and just make a laugh out of it. So a lot of the stage stuff was as funny because of the bits where they were getting it wrong or having a laugh and a joke with the audience as it was the actual thing that they'd written, you know. Loosely written, I suppose. I seen Guest House Paradiso, not for a long time though, yeah. Okay, yeah, you tend to see things like that if your parents, or like in your case your grandparents, like it. I'd go and see them play live in a friendly walking. Yeah, like say for example, I don't know, I happened to be in America and Liverpool were doing a pre-season tour in the city where I was on holiday, I'd go to that if I could go, you know. I'd go live for sure. But I don't really... Like, pre-season friendlies are just about getting the players fit. Like, they lost to AC Milan today. Doesn't matter in the slightest. It doesn't... Whether they'd won 5-0 or lost 10-0 or whatever, it doesn't make any difference to the start of the season at all. Like, the pre-season... How well your team plays pre-season is no guide to what happens when the Premier League starts at all. So I just don't care. Someone asked just then if I ever get bored of DayZ. No is the quick answer. Third time I've answered that question today, so I get more bored of answering the question is the honest truth. I really love DayZ, it's my favourite game, and streaming DayZ is more fun than playing DayZ, so doing the two together I actually quite enjoy. Today's stream's been good, I've kind of enjoyed it. It's been nice and chilled. It's only my 4th stream on the bounce, but I'm meant to be off today, I'm off tomorrow instead. But yeah, it's been good. Sorry guys, just give me 1 second. I just need to mute. I'm going to answer the phone. Sorry guys, that was my ex. The dog has swallowed a one of her AirPods, and it's got a battery in it, or some kind of electronics. I think they're rechargeable, so he's going to have to go to the out of hours vets, which is marvellous news. But she can't get hold of her parents, and she doesn't drive, so I'm going to have to go and, like, I know he's not my dog anymore, but I'm going to have to go and help her with that. So yeah, I am going to stop and go and sort that out. So apologies for the abrupt ending, but I've got to go and get myself changed and go and help sort the dog out. Right, I'll be back on Monday. Have a good rest of the weekend. Sorry for the abrupt short stop, but I've got to go and help the dog. Take it easy, guys.